we start together. So in that regard, I'd like to recognize trainees from RVTTI, Okay, let's appreciate them by clapping. Thank you. Invite many others to come. Trainees, thank you so much for choosing our conference to come and present.
This is day 2 of our international conference, and we are privileged to have a presenter all the way from Tanzania. The issue of M-Pesa transaction. So the economy, we are going into cashless. I think in the near future it will be history. So it will be history that we were using cash money. In a few years to come, nobody will know that there was cash money, because I think innovation have turned this into a new world. So it was through research that they came up with those applications that currently you can work without having the cash money. You can do all this transaction. So even your children will be asking you, wani mulikuwa mnatumia pesa aje? It will be history. So the innovation that we are having is going to change the world. So I want to welcome, we have our first presenter, Mr. Evans Ondade. So this will open our day today so that we kickstart our presentation. So I want to welcome him in a special way. So Evans is a renowned, he's one of our trainers here in RVTTI, one of the HODs in the Department of Agriculture. So he has a lot of experience in the field, and he's going to showcase what he has done in that field. So I want to welcome him in a special way. Welcome, Mr. Ondate. You are most welcome. A special way. Welcome, Mr. Ondate.
Good morning once again. Yes, as you heard, my name is Evans Ondate, a trainer here. And today I want to invite all of you to my presentation on a very important crop that we call cassava. The title of my presentation is Agronomic Characterization of a Potential Cassava Mutant Lines. Well, this crop called cassava, it's a root crop and it gives us starch. When you compare the starch producing crops, it comes number 4 after maize, wheat, and potato. But when we run together with other root crops, it becomes second. This crop is very important to our economy, and is a source of food to most of us, and also is the animal feed. The starch that is obtained from this crop can be used for animal food, and most importantly is that this crop actually does well where other crops do not grow. If you go to semi-arid environments, you'll find cassava, but you'll not find crops such as maize. If you go when the weather is not good, the climate is not good, you realize that cassava survives, but other crops fail because of the weather conditions. So that's why this crop has been nicknamed as a security crop, a security food crop. That makes it a very important crop, especially to semi-arid areas where most of the crops, as I've said, do not do well. Like any other crop, this plant faces so many other challenges. We all know that crops face challenges such as diseases which attack this crop. We also have things like breeding for good varieties of such crops, which is a long process for you to come up with a new variety. It takes like 10 years to come up with a good variety. Then some of these crops, like now the one I'm talking about, there is always low yield, despite the fact that it does in other places, but you realize the yield is too low to support the food requirements of a given community. And also, when you plant this cassava, it takes a long time for it to produce the roots that actually carry starch. And as to such, breeders have a big challenge to ensure that these challenges are reduced, especially the period to which it is ready for harvesting. So what the breeders do, they try to go around so that they reduce these challenges. Me being one of them as the breeders, I focused on trying to understand and characterize some of the cassava varieties that have been produced, or the one that we want to produce as new varieties. And that is the focus in this topic. Well, a number of research have taken place in terms of breeding cassava, but still we have what is called the limited germplasm, where breeders get their materials for breeding. We still see issues of pests and diseases. We still see the issues of bulking, and also adaptability. So that is the problem that we have currently, that even bulking, it takes too long. Pest diseases still exist, okay, still low yield, and that again, what we call cyanide in cassava. These challenges, they still exist despite all other research that have taken place. Now we have a serious body that does research on this cassava, that is CIT and IITA, which has worked so much on increasing the diversity of this cassava, also the yield, and reduce cyanide, at the same time improve the starch in this crop. So what has come out clearly is that still we have these issues that are existing. So what we do is now to try and come up with a new variety of cassava that can actually circumvent these challenges. So the objective of this research was to study or characterize the mutants for their phenotypic traits while looking at genetic improvement of the cassava mutants. Our study actually was looking at how these genetic resources are constrained in terms of breeding, look at the nutritional level and the economic and industrial needs for this crop. Whereas conventional breeding has tried to bring out new varieties, still it is giving us a challenge because we still have issues of yield, issues of stress, and issues of maturity time. And therefore, we expect that this research was to produce what we call mutant lines that will be tested and get adaptability in various regions. Therefore, we are looking at improving the quality of cassava through characterization of these mutant lines. Now what we did was actually to look at the field experiments of various varieties we had in various places, and then we had the materials, that's the mutant lines, which actually we produced with the University of Eldoret breeding program, and these materials were named as CAS1, CAS2, and CAS3. Then we had the what we call the wild type, that is the parents, ChemE3 and ChemE4. In a nutshell, we are saying that at this research we did what we call mutation. We induced mutation to a cassava, that is ChemE3 and ChemE4, and after selection we came up with 3 cassava mutant lines, that is CAS1, CAS2, and CAS3. Then the focus then was to check the adaptability of these cassava lines in various places with different agroecological requirements. So we had 4 places to do this. One was University of Eldoret farm. Then we had another one in Elgeyo Marakwet, which is Jepara ATC, which is a highland, and then we had Solai in Nakuru County, and then another one in Kwebatek, which is in Baringo County. All these regions actually represent the Kenyan environment, that is the high altitude areas and the low altitude areas. So what we did was to design these experiments for these 3 varieties in those various places, those 4 places, and the design was RCBD, that is randomized complete block design. Then we had 4 plots, just we had a plot size of 4 by 5 by 4 meters with 20 plants in each plot, and the plants were spaced 1 meter by 1 meter. In every site we did the replication, that is 3 replication in each site for every genotype, that is CAS1, CAS2, and CAS3. After some time, data was collected, that is qualitative data, and quantitative data after 3 months of planting, 6 months after planting, and 9 months after planting. Then finally, we did collect data on during harvesting. The focus was to get the dry matter content, check the harvesting index, which are the key indicators of the performance of any cassava. Dry matter gives us the information about the yield that we expect from the cassava, and then harvesting index tells us about how the gene that gives a good performance in a plant can be transferred to the next generation. So in this case, we had to analyze the data we're collecting using GeneStats 7 edition, SPSS, and also current analysis of variance. The results. These results were pegged on the parameters or the characteristics of the cassava plant. For us to understand the performance of a plant, we look at the growth rate, that is in terms of growth height. We also look at the size of the leaves. We also look at the size of the roots. We also look at the number of the roots of the plant, and then we look at the dry matter of that plant. When you look at a plant in terms of those parameters, it will tell you where it does well based on various areas, depending on how it sprouts during growth. So when we look at the plant height, how did these genotypes perform in various places? So if you look at the first graph, we look at there is CAS1, CAS2, CAS3, then the parent genotype, that is ChemE4. Then you see that the 2 genotypes, CAS2 and CAS3, performed relatively good in general. This is the general height across the 4 regions we are considering. In terms of leaf orientation is key when you are doing this research, because it will tell you how much photosynthesis is this plant exposed to, because the leaf length and the petiole length projects the leaf to capture the amount, the light, so that it's able to synthesize. And remember, once a plant is able to make enough food, then you expect the yield of the branches can sprout very well, and therefore the leaf becomes a key area to measure the performance of the plant. And in this case, when you look at the leaf projection and the first branching height, it gives us two key points, that is CAS2 and CAS3, doing well in terms of the branching height. And then when we look at the leaf projection, that's the plant length and the leaf length, then you realize that in terms of the leaf length, CAS3 and CAS2, they are also showing good indication of their projections. Then in terms of yield of these cassavas in the 4 regions, we looked at the number of roots. How many roots was each plant producing at a given stage of development? Then we looked at the marketable and unmarketable roots. When you talk about marketable roots, we look at the size of the root. Cassava marketable roots must be more than 20 centimeters. And those that are below 20 centimeters, it's non-marketable, though it can be used for other things. And then we looked at the weight of the marketable roots. You look at the table, it tells us one more thing here, that when you compare Solai and these 2 regions, that's UOE and ATC, you realize that in Solai generally, they performed relatively below UOE, that is University of Eldoret. This is the number of the roots. It's not the size of the roots, the number of the roots. Meaning that in the UOE and ATC, somehow there were a good number of what? Roots. The number of roots. But when it comes to the marketable tubers, where our concern was, is to see a variety that gives us marketable roots. So when you look at that one, you realize that this marketable roots, that is graph 2, we realize that in Solai and Koibatek, number of marketable roots were many compared to the other regions, telling us that these varieties gave more marketable roots in these regions, and these regions are lowland regions, or semi-arid areas where most of the crops don't perform well, but cassava does well. So in terms of the roots that we can take to the market and sell, Koibatek and Solai performed relatively better compared to Highlands, that is University of Eldoret, and the Chebara in Elgeyo Marakwet. The weight also indicates almost the same thing, that those in CAS1, CAS2, CAS1 and CAS2, the weight was relatively better compared to the rest. Then we looked at the dry matter content, which actually is a measure of how much the plant is able to accumulate in terms of starch. So if you compare that one, generally these 3 varieties, they are doing well in terms of dry matter, because we normally know that conventionally dry matter ranges from 22 to 35%. But if you look at the figures we have here, you realize that majority of these varieties, the new mutants, they are above 30. So when you compare the two in terms of the regions, you realize that Chebara and Solai, they do it well in terms of the dry matter accumulation, and therefore there was significant difference of dry matter percentage between genotypes and the location when we measured it at significance level of 0.05. So in terms of starch, because that's also another key of it, as I said earlier, this plant is key in terms of production of starch, which can be used to replace the conventional starch we get from maize or any other crop. At the same time, it can also be used to replace starch that is used to produce animal feeds. So in terms of starch, you realize that we have CAS 1, CAS 2 in various places, and the average for each genotype here, you realize that CAS 3 and CAS 2, and CAS 1 at the same time, they are relatively doing well compared to the parents. The parents here are KME 3 and the KME 4. So if you look at the starch percentage established, these varieties are doing well. Harvesting index, which I said is actually the ability of a plant to transfer its genes to the next generation. You will see that for CAS 1, it has 49, CAS 2, that's 7, CAS 3, 40. But when you compare the parents, you realize the parents are slightly below. That makes a significant difference for these mutant lines. Cyanide content. This is the poisonous substance in cassava. You've had people dying because of cassava being taken maybe raw. The moment you touch cassava, when you harvest it, it reacts by producing this chemical called cyanide. Depending on the amount, if you consume it, it can actually harm your life. So what happens is that cassava quality is also measured based on the amount of cyanide in cassava. So in this case, any cassava that has cyanide content below 100 parts per milligram, it's considered as sweet and suitable for consumption. Above 100, it is dangerous for consumption if you consume in large amounts. Now, back to our genotypes that we had, we measured this cyanide and we realized that in terms of the parts of the roots, the cyanides were okay, that is 20 for CAS 1, CAS 2 20, CAS 3 50, and the parents you can check, you can see it's that and 20. That is comfortable limit for consumption. But when you look at the leaves, there is an issue there because the leaves are above 100. And that tells us that the leaves may not be good for consumption. Although there are people who use cassava leaves as vegetables, it has happened, but for these ones here, may not be recommended for their consumption, the leaves, because of the cyanide content. If you look at the cassava, any one of you who has seen the cassava, immediately after you harvest, you realize that it turns purple. That purple is the cyanide content in it. So the moment you consume a lot of that substance, what it does, it can actually destroy or harm your liver, which is a point of the body that does detoxification. So we are cautioned that the leaves of this plant should not be consumed. But then the focus is on starch, which is found in the roots. So in conclusion, we are saying this, that cassava is a security crop that can be grown in same areas and is considered as a security crop. The roots are used as food, and the time this root has, the better the variety. And therefore, our 3 mutants are very potential for adoption or for release to farmers to continue producing, because we have seen what they do compared to the parents or to the varieties that are grown elsewhere. So, in a nutshell, CAS 3 is so much potential because of its stability and tuning areas. So, in conclusion, we recommend the adoption of these varieties. This is an ongoing work, it is not been done. We are still looking at the genetic makeup of this plant. More experiments, and it's work that we hope it's going to produce varieties that can be given to areas where other crops are not doing well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ondate, for the presentation. Now, I think we are opening security is one of areas in Kenya where we want to improve. So when we do this kind of studies, when we want to improve this food security, like the most consumed food is starch in Kenya, but in form of maize. Now we want to shift. Now you are telling us these cassavas will also supplement that, and we have seen the varieties that you are trying to investigate. I think we are learning something new for our students. We have seen the cyanide because we have been hearing cassava. So I want to ask Mr. Ondade to explain more about this cyanide. Now we have seen in roots, the roots are better consumed because of the level of cyanide is safe. Also the animals. And if it affects the animals, if we consume animal products and that animal has fed on cassava, does it end up affecting the human? So that's the question that I'm putting to you so that you can be able to highlight.
Thank you. As I said, this is a research that is ongoing. And at this point, the roots are good because they are within the limits of cyanide that is consumable. But for the leaves, for these varieties are not recommended for consumption by any animal, including human beings and livestock. What we are looking at is that these leaves, instead of feeding the animals, they can be used as mulch for crop production. Of course, there are people who may be tempted to use these leaves for consumption, but there is caution that when you consume this, they should not be consumed by an animal because they'll cause some harm to some extent. It's on now the breeders to work on these varieties so that they reduce the amount of cyanide in the leaves because the roots are
the delicates. Still, I have one question regarding now, you tested this, does the level of cyanide, does it, the environment, does it affect the level of cyanide? Maybe if someone consumes that cyanide in a rainy area and on the environmental conditions.
What happens is that cyanide is genetical. It may not be affected so much by locations or the environment. So what happens is that so if you consume a variety or a plant or a root from the higher environments, it's safe. The lower areas is also safe. The only challenge is that regions differs because of the weather conditions or the climate conditions. Otherwise, cyanide remains the same.
Okay, I want to welcome Fred to comment. Then we open the floor to the participants for questions.
Thank you. I'm sorry I came late. About, I think there are a few things that you should be able to look at in your study. Did you conduct any proximate analysis to determine the carbohydrate content?
Not yet.
Not yet. I think you need to, because if you talk about the quality of the carbohydrate, I think you're supposed to look at starch because you can be able to understand the starch granules in cassava, and it will tell you something about the regions also. Number two, cyanide equivalent per kg varies with the region. I think that is something that you probably need to look at. If you carry out an analysis in cassava, and your main concern is on how much of cyanide is available, because there's that amount of cyanide that can be allowed for human consumption. If you look at it in terms of equivalent per kilogram of the cassava, then you'll be able to realize that it normally varies from region to region. Number three, we are talking about food security, and you're only looking at the carbohydrate content. I don't know, where do we leave the nutrition aspect? Because carbohydrate alone is not nutrition.
Well, if you checked on my objectives, it was looking at the characterization of these new mutant lines. And there are other people who are working the nutrition levels of this mutant, because my line was on characterization of these mutant lines. And at the same time, I'm just working as a breeder, not as a nutritionist. And I believe the nutritionists are working on it. There's also a colleague who is working on the nutritional part of this. So, of course, you've given me a very key of the cyanide, which I think I'll consider in the next research work. Thank you.
And maybe one last one. Morpho-agronomic characteristics, meaning that it is both the morphological changes or the morphological variation as well as the agronomic characteristics.
Morpho means the morphological part of it, and then the agronomic, we look at the usable parts of this, like the starch and the dry matter of that. So basically, those are key areas I know in terms of these new varieties. Basically, what we can say is that this crop is a security crop to especially those people living in. But if you run across, you realize that there are some pockets of cassava which these people depend on. And that's the focus that we can get a variety that can grow across these same arid areas where these other varieties of crop production do not perform well. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Unless we have one question regarding the presentation, so that we welcome our guest. Any from the delegates and the other participants? So we have one there.
Okay.
So our guest, this presentation was done by Mr. Ondate on the new varieties of cassava. And they have done experimental study. They are yet to conclude. But preliminary studies show that this cassava does well in semi-arid areas, which will address the issue of food security in our country.
Yes, good morning. My name is Beckson Cecil. Sir, according to what you've been speaking about on cassava, about being grown in semi-arid areas, my biggest concern is excessive consumption of this cassava causes disturbance of thyroid function and neurological disorder. So does this mutant that you are developing, is it going to, let me frame it in this manner. Does this mutant which you are developing, is it going to eradicate or maybe reduce the amount of cyanide so that it cannot cause disturbance in thyroid function and neurological disorder? That's my question.
Thank you. Cassava is grouped into two. When we classify cassava, we have the sweet cassava and the bitter cassava. The sweet cassava has cyanide levels from 0 to 100 parts per milligram, and the bitter cassava has bands of less than 100. That is 20, 20, 50, that, with the parents which have that and 20. Meaning that these are all strength that is acceptable for human consumption. However, when you look at the leaves have beyond what is expected. And as I said earlier, still work is ongoing, or some other people are for livestock, which I said that this cannot be allowed to be fed to livestock. They can only be used as mulch for crop production. So this mutant for use for any other person in any other area or region. So they are safe. Cassava only produces this cassava, that's when it reacts by producing cyanide. And the moment it produces cyanide, if you are keen, you can just see the purple color on the skin of the root. So when you see that, you have to avoid it. That's why treatment again is required. For this one, we are saying that the cyanide is within the levels, and once you harvest, you can chew it when it's raw, or you can cook it. So that is the much leaves are good for consumption as vegetables. Thank you.
Now, thank you very much. I think we can clap for Fungwa. Okay, thank you very much. It was a very informative study. And we have known that now we don't have to eat cassava leaves. Because we have known the reason of the cyanide is so high. Now we are taking program back to the...
My good friend, Mr. Sampu. I now want to invite again Mr. Ondati, who will also go and lead us in the next session.
Thank you so much. Welcome once again to the next level. We want to thank all of you for coming. I think we are still going on. To our guests, through our chief principal, we welcome you to today's presentations. And before we move to the next thing, I would like to invite the director, the coordinator, research, just to invite the to introduce us the visitors, and then we go to the...
Professor Andala, all invited guests, participants, and the RVTI community, good morning. I want to apologize for not keeping time. I know you've really been anxiously waiting and perhaps wondering if our guests are really coming, but we are grateful that God has been kind to bring them safely. And thank you for the presenters. I really missed this one. Cassava is one of my favorite food, and I think, Mr. Ondati, you make sure you share properly the notes and the precautions so that we do not hear the many cases that sometimes we hear about people who consume cassava, and then we lose lives. So I want to pray that this research is not just to be ongoing, but we need to really have it actualized so that it can prevent the many deaths that we've had in the past. In our midst, we have one of our key presenters, and I want to ask the team to really appreciate them, because this is the Research Fund CEO, and he will be able to tell us in the course of time, but just niwaibie tu siri that TVET institutions will henceforth be beneficiaries of the Research Fund that has not been there in the past. Si tumu-appreciate hata kabla akuje. Yes, thank you. Sorry, nimewaibia siri kidogo, but he'll be able to tell us. So we have in the house Professor Andala. He will be able, I think there is a chair of the session he should be able to introduce properly. But for now, that's him. He will be able. Sir, please just wave so they don't confuse the two of you. Yes. All right, thank you so much. And in the house, we have with us State Department for TVET, Mr. Elkana Mshori. He is kind enough to come amid the busy schedule. Thank you so much for joining us today. I want to say karibu mumefika. Sir, in our midst, we have presenters not just from Kenya, but even from beyond. And we are really happy that this conference is not just for the locals, but it is for Africa. And that's why in our publication we say it's Afri-TVET, because it includes everyone, and even beyond Kenya. And if Professor Andala, the first opportunity, and then followed by Mr. Mishori. Karibuni sana.
For the day, our keynote speaker, and all the other attendees, good morning. National Research Fund. So keeping in mind all these activity that Professor is doing, so through his many other activities, he's been able to conduct resource mobilization, as well as conducting the necessary and furtherance of the objective of ensuring that the research activities within and out of the country, for the work that you do at the end. They have been beneficiaries of the many trainings, and also be able to get involved in applying for funds, not just within the NRF, but also within many other organizations that are offering these given funds. I think we give the Manyunyu one. Is it okay? Yeah, I think that one befits a professor, yeah? Yeah. So we start with the clouds gathering. Let's gather good clouds. Let's gather the clouds, yeah. So Manyunyu trickling down, and then now the rains. Thank you so much, Prof, and feel most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for such a warm welcome. For work exigencies, I could not make it, but I'm told that my team was treated very well, and a follow-up, they came to train here staff on resource mobilization. Thank you so much for giving them such a one into meaningful jobs that you desire to have. And speaking of that, the world over is focusing the attention, so we'll be keen on exporting the skills that you acquire at TVET. The choice of the theme, which is whole youth development, cannot be overemphasizing countries like Germany, countries like Italy, to come here and pitch so that you can be able to export our labor. I feel bad when we only export they called maids or house helps. It's so sad. We need to export people with skills so that you're not mistreated. Are you together? Okay. So the Ministry of Education launched the National Education Sector Strategic Plan 2023-2027, and that was done last week. That is 6th of June, whose mission is to provide, promote, and coordinate competence-based, equitable learner-centered education, training, research for sustainable development. And I think TVET fits well within that strategic plan. And they had 5 goals. The first goal is to expand access to quality education, training, and research opportunities for all. That's inclusivity. To enhance equity and inclusivity and accountability. And finally, to mainstream cross-cutting, pertinent, and contemporary issues. This gathering here, or this conference, addresses some of the innovation coming out of your research, and give some few remarks where you need to improve. And similarly, as NRF, we are planning the nominations will be done, then we should be able to award the winners. Moving on, the strategic plan also focuses on improving the operations. And I'm also happy to note that the participants here are not only drawn from RVTTI, but across the TVET institutions in Kenya. And that's excellent, excellent. So we wish to also reciprocate. So if you have such an event happening in your country, please invite, and I'm sure RVTTI also honor the call. Ladies and gentlemen, the socio-economic transformation of our nation, as envisioned in Vision 2030, lies heavily on leveraging on TVETs, or to give them an opportunity, then tell them, perform these tasks, let me see how you deliver. Then I can be able to weed out those who are half-baked. So, but I believe the ones from RVTTI are fully baked. Isn't it so? Kindly show, by show of hands, who among you believe you are fully baked? You know, when you are going for an interview, one thing that comes out is what? Confidence. You need to show confidence. And the moment you enter my door and you're coming for an interview, if you're not confident, even if you have the skills, you are knocked out. So who among you is acquiring skills relevant to the market, by show of hands? You're not sure? Or you are forced to take a course that your parents said, please, can you do engineering? Can you do computer science? That shouldn't frustrate you. The reason is what you acquire here, they are extra skills. And I say this with audacity because we've got those who study online and those who undertake physical classes. Those who undertake online studies, they lack what we call interpersonal skills. But if you go through a classroom, you learn to live with each other, which is a necessary ingredient in the workplace. Because most of the problems in the workplace are caused by what? Interpersonal friction. So having you here, you are acquiring the best skills for the market. So in order for the TVET to achieve the aspiration of producing these fully baked graduates, we need to address the following, and of course, this is if you are here as probably a principal, a deputy, or aspiring. If you fulfill this in your institution, you are going to be leveraging the TVET for the future technological era, and that's what we need. And I've seen currently even GIZ is at Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology. Did it change its names? Yeah, it's Kiambu National Polytechnic. Yes, they are there training specifically workforce for Germany. So you need to address the following, and one of them is access and equality. And in order to address this access and equality, the government has has strategically positioned the TVET as an enabler towards achievement of the Vision 2030. And of course, we've got the medium-term plans, of which now are broken into bits towards realization of the Vision 2030. This includes capacity strengthening. So this capacity strengthening may not be adequately be supported from the exchequer or from the government. There should be initiatives for you to partner with other TVET institutions to enable your students access the state-of-art education that will enable them cross into the future. We need to address the issues of quality and relevance. And in matters quality and relevance, we need to work with the industry to co-create curriculum or training that meets the needs of the industry, as well as addressing the needs of the education sector or the TVET itself. The other thing that we need to do is we want to leverage on technology. And I was in India. As much as some institutions may not have the state-of-the-art equipment, they're leveraging on technology to train their students on the state-of-art skill sets that they need to be able to deliver, despite them not having the equipment. So let's say Kabete National Polytechnic has an equipment that is not available at RVTTI. Technology can be able to enable you access that equipment. That's what I'm driving at. And of course, you can be able to virtually be able even to do assignments or be able to perform function on such an equipment. And then the other thing that we need to embark on is research and innovation. I know research has been left to universities, but the cornerstone of, in this case, rolling out or churning out research outputs to the industry lies heavily with the TVET sector, because TVET sector is now the one that is nearest to the community. If you're looking at ranking, you'll find that the universities at higher level, but the TVET, you should be able to now pick what has been produced by the university and be able to roll it out to the community. The other thing that I also wish to inform you is we need to raise resources, and these resources can come through your alumni or the industry. And of course, there are several ways in which we can be able to raise resources. I remember when I was growing up, we used to buy bread from, those days they were called what? They were polytechnics. Yes, they were polytechnics. So they'll find they're producing soap, they're also producing bread, and they're selling to the community, and then thereafter they're able to generate enough wealth. The other thing that I also wish final to mention is we need to have or to build collaboration and linkages, and these linkages are with both the university and our local and international partners. And when I visited the principal's office, I saw you've established several networks and linkages, and congratulations for doing that. I hope we are going to see even soon some of the students exchange programs happening between RVTTI and any other institution, either in Europe or across Africa. So I'm almost done. In addressing the 6 strategic issues that I've already mentioned, the TVET now, one that is mature. Of course, you have to go through several levels. So if you are comparing, for instance, RVTTI and the closest polytechnic, you'll see there is a difference. So the maturity framework of any TVET institution will be looking at it having, number one, establishment of business and incubation centers. These are programs designed to support successful development of entrepreneurial companies through business support, resources, and services. So an incubation center is for those that have innovated out there, will give them space to grow the idea and establish what we call a startup. And this startup, when it gets mature, then you can move it from, let's say, RVTTI now, you can take it to the real market and be able to entrench it. The other thing that I'll expect to see in a mature framework in an institution like this one is research and technology transfer. In this case here, what we are looking at here, all those prototypes that we've produced, we need to see now the industry coming here and pitching camp to uptake. And if you're able to sell just one of those prototypes, you should be able to earn royalties. And if you earn royalties, you can even be richer than some of our universities here because you're not investing in IP. So I need to see an IP office or a technology transfer office working with the students who are innovators. In conclusion, leveraging on TVET for future technological era first requires an institutional or what we call system readiness. And system readiness, it means here that there is this preparedness and robustness of technological infrastructure, processes, and personnel. And I hope when that is done for RVTTI, we'll be operating in Cloud9 and at a different level. And then secondly, research infrastructure readiness. And under research infrastructure readiness here, we refer to research infrastructure that meets the operational requirement, not the state-of-the-art equipment. And as mentioned earlier, the government has heavily invested in this equipment, and I know some of our national polytechnics are not utilizing them to the maximum. So we need to have a sort of infrastructure sharing. So if we can map it out, we know that we are lacking these sets of equipment, but at Eldoret National Polytechnic they are there. We should be able to take our students and be able to get those practical experiences. In conclusion, as mentors and custodians, we need to nurture our youth with the skill sets relevant to the current and future technological advancements. With that, I want to thank you all and wish you successful deliberation for the final day, and I look forward to meeting you during the National Research Fund Research Festival. Bring as many as possible because there'll be sponsors, there'll be universities, there'll be banks and SMEs to be able to cross-pollinate those good ideas now to move them to the marketplace. Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me.
I believe that was not enough clap for Professor. You know, he's given us enough information that I think the information that is given is what you were expecting. As TVETs, we've been lagging behind in terms of research, Prof, because universities take the bigger chunk when it comes to funding, and most calls normally consider universities and do not give opportunities to TVET. I think we now need to give Prof a better club. Which one do we do, Mr. Sambu? Which one do we give Prof?
Now, okay, let me leave the group for appreciation for our professor for the job well done. So we are going to give the professor the 4-star club. So I know maybe it's a new term, 4-star, but we are going to cascade. So 4-star is a complete number, especially in Kalenjin. 4 is complete for men. I think you know, for men, 4 is a complete number. So in our traditional culture, we assume 4 is the complete number. So 4-star, we are going to clap 4 as we come down. So 4, then we come to 3, 2, and 1. So we can start. Okay, 1.
Thank you so much. We say thank you for the information that you've given us. Being that it was a keynote address, we may not call for any questions, but maybe if we have just one comment over what Prof has talked about, if any of us may have just a comment, we may allow that. Any comment or a concern, but no questions because it was just a keynote address. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the very informative presentation. My name is Andrew from TVET Authority. And I want to say this is good news for the TVET sector. I think, like you said, we've not had much of support to research in TVET. Prof, the TVET sector has a lot of action research innovations in the TVET sector, and the National Research Fund coming in would be very, very good to support this. What the incubation centers? It's been an idea that I think I've been in the TVET for over 15 years, and or even, close to 19 years actually in TVET. The establishment of incubation centers has been an issue that has not been really actualized in the TVET sector. And I think with you coming up to support research in TVET, you would also be very helpful in supporting the incubation and the startup. This would be a very good thing to ensure that this research that the innovations that are done in TVET will be actualized and actually will be able to sort the myriad of societal problems that we have to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Prof has talked about issues to do with infrastructure in TVET, the quality assurance, the skill set mismatch, inadequate funding, and that's where he came in very, very strong, saying that NRF is now going to give TVET the best opportunity. Prof, we promise you will do research. We have the capacity. I think what has not come out clear is that the staff in TVET now have what we call the paper qualification. They also have the skills and they have the zeal to do research. It's only that they still fail to recognize the many PhDs that guys have in TVET, but I know very soon the HR being around, something will be done. I believe that one is going to work. Now, allow me to have the opportunity of welcoming our chief guest, who is also the director HR within the State Department of the State Department of Vocational and Technical Training, Mr. Musiori, who has visited RVTTI this given morning. I think it is a great pleasure to have a visitor of his caliber. He's somebody who I believe is very, very much busy in his office, but he's taken his time to be with us today. So we want to welcome him so that he can give us the information that he has for us, and also to grace this occasion on this very last day. Director, you highly welcome. I think as he stands up, let's give him a clap.
Professor who has just given us the keynote address, the principal, the coordinator of this conference, and distinguished participants, good morning. I think it's the first time I'm attending this conference in this place, but I know, as I've seen, it's the 12th one, and I can admit that I've been aware that this conference has been taking place, but because of the busy schedules, I have not had the opportunity. So this morning, I'm quite delighted because I've had the opportunity to be with you. And from my desk as a Director Human Resource, I want to bring in the human resource perspective in this conference, so that as we continue receiving the papers and as we take home, we also have to see actually what human resource is. I normally, when I talk to my staff, the trainers and the principals, I normally tell them that human resource is not people. I know Professor may be wondering why I'm saying that, but I insist human resource is not people. Because if it was people, then we have enough, both in Africa and Europe. There are enough people, over 6 billion in the world, isn't it? But then you start hearing we don't have enough doctors. You start hearing we don't have enough this. Then if human resource was people, then just open your gates if you need doctors and ask people to come in. So the people will come in. If you want 10 people, open your gate and say, 10 people, can you come in? Will these 10 people be actual doctors? So therefore, I define human resource as being the knowledge, the skills, and the competencies in people. That is what is human resource. It's only that these people are the containers of human resource. That's why sometimes we confuse people with human resource. The skills, competencies, and knowledge may not exist in the form we need it outside the people. Then we now have the common definition of the human resource is the people in the organizations and all that. But you realize that the focus of that people actually is what they bring. You want a human resource person, you look for a person who has human resource skills and knowledge. You want an engineer, you look for a person who has the engineering knowledge and skills. Therefore, actually, you are not looking for people. You are looking for the skills and competence. It's only that there is no other way those skills and competence can exist outside the people. Therefore, the theme for this conference is very exciting to me, leveraging TVET in future technological area. And I want to say that technology actually has enhanced the human resource in terms of making them more efficient in doing their jobs, enhancing their decision-making abilities, and also maximizing productivity of organizations. So the team is actually speaking to us very closely and directly in the TVET sector, because it's only in TVET, I think, where our skills focus in the whole of life. Talk about climate change, the skills to advance, to manage, and ensure that the climate change does not affect us adversely are in TVET. And I'm sure that's where we also, our Principal Secretary, Dr. Moria, and the President generally are front runners in ensuring that the planting of trees, what we call in our State Department, greening TVET, and of course, the other aspect of greening in the curriculum and other aspects are actually championed. We in TVET also, we are the ones we will be relied upon in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of repair. Recently, we had, the country suffered a lot of floods, particularly in Nairobi and other areas. Those heavy rains caused some destruction, which would require that the infrastructure be made good. Who is going to do that? They're the people with the relevant skills in that particular area. And many other areas that the conference is focusing on, aspect of wellness and nutrition. We offer programs that ensure that our youth have skills in these areas. ICT, transformation, and all that. We are all aware that our curricula over programs that are focusing in ensuring that our youth acquire skills in that area. I also want to say that we actually don't focus on the youth. In TVET, we admit everybody. Madam Principal, is that not true? Everybody. Okay, the Kenyan youth policy defines a youth as someone below 35 years, but I can tell you that we admit even those above 35 years. Our focus is on skilling, ensuring that everyone has skills that will contribute to the development of this country. And I think you have also been told that we are, in CPET implementation, we are moving away from just depending on the paper qualifications as an evidence that you have skills. You know, the certificates that we have, I'm happy my friend here said that there are many PhDs in TVET. That is true. In the 2022, when my payroll was being audited, the auditors from Kenao were surprised. They told me that they have never gone to any state department where there are so many PhD holders that, like in TVET. And it's true. Our trainers have acquired the paper qualifications. But we are now moving to the focus where we need, as the professor said, how do you define half-baked and the fully baked? We have for a long time been relying on the paper. So long as you flash out your degree, your diploma, we automatically assume that the skills that are supposed to be, that you're supposed to have acquired from the training that led to that diploma or that degree are in you. Now you can agree where I was saying that the human resource is not people. It is the skills. For a long time, we had relied on, once you flash out your certificate, we know you are fully baked, isn't it? Only to be disappointed in the actual workplace. Then you hear the employer saying, oh, these people are half-baked, we have to retrain them, we have to take them back to retool them, to reskill them. Now the focus is on CPET, whereby the focus is on practical skills, whereby the emphasis is on practical training together with the industry where the skills are required. So I believe going forward, issues of fake certificates will not be there. When it's fake, it is not that it is forged. Forged is a criminal aspect. When it's fake, is that you are not able to do what your certificate says you are supposed to do. You could have gone to university, to the college, and acquired your diploma, your degree, and properly issued to you through a graduation, and you are there, you have the receipts. You remember, there's a time we are checking whether you have receipts for paying school fees, or whether you know somebody who was your classmate, isn't it? You can produce all that. This was my classmate. I have the receipts, I have the transcripts. But your certificate can still be fake because you may not be able to perform what the certificates indicate you are supposed to be able to perform. So that's why the focus now is on TPET, whereby we expect that the training, we require that the training be done practically, so that the assessment is done practically. At the end of the day, when you are being declared competent in that particular field, we have no doubt that you can deliver in that particular field. So this is going now to help us to have homegrown solutions for our problems. Actually, education is not for, okay, they say sometimes it's for its own sake, but the main essence of education is to enable people solve their problems and be able to stay in this world comfortably. We are learning for purposes of making this world a comfortable place to live in, and also for those who come after us. So therefore, it is for solving problems that we face. There could be climate problems, medical problems, food solution problems. So we need to ensure that our people have skills that are meant to give us solutions to the problems that we are facing. Now, because of that realization, you are aware that the government has been very keen on TVET. Despite the meager resources, despite hard economic times, there's been a focus in ensuring that we have equipment. Quite a number of our TVET institutions have been given state-of-the-art equipment to facilitate training and also production. Professor, the difference between our TVET institutions and the universities, we envisage institutions that cover both training and production. Some of them are doing it, some in small aspects, but we expect a full production. TVET institutions are supposed to be industries, let me use that word, where people learn and produce and generate income. Actually, it's in TVET where we may want to very soon move away from asking Treasury to give us money, because we can generate our own. The question and the challenge to the principal and all of us, are we ready for that? When you talk to the National Treasury officials, they will keep telling you the national resources that come from the Treasury are dwindling each and every day. They want to encourage public sector organizations to make their own resources. And at TVET, I believe we are better placed to lead in that sector. Now, we also know that the skills need to be sharpened. That's why forums like these ones are encouraged. That's why we are doing research and innovation and also sharing in forums like this so that we are sharpening one another. The government also has ensured that the Kenya School of TVET is properly positioned to be able to continuously provide continuous development skills to the trainers and various officers or people in the TVET sector. So let us ensure that we use the school to sharpen our skills. learn the new training methodologies. I know those of you like me who are teachers, the way you are trained to teach, several changes have taken place, so we need to move with time, and the Kenya School of TVET will be there handy to help us in that particular area. The government also has ensured that since 2018, there has been a continuous and deliberate effort to increase the number of trainers. In 2018, when the trainers moved from Teacher Service Commission, we were only 3,700. Those are the trainers that moved from TSC to TVET to the ministry. As we speak now, we have 7,600 trainers, and we are soon going to have, the number is soon going to go to 9,600 once the recently recruited 2,000 are appointed. So you can see the government effort in ensuring that we have the human resource in the form of trainers in our TVET institutions. So the challenge that we are putting up to these trainers is to ensure that there is procurated government effort by doing their job efficiently. By being self-driven trainers who seek knowledge, who retrain themselves, who ensure that their learners or their trainees are actually acquiring skills. It is very sad when I hear that some trainers just count hours of the day in the institution. If there are those, I want to reiterate that the principles, the moment we realize that you are pretending over trainers who are not delivering, then you are the first one who is not delivering. So let us ensure that we support the government effort in ensuring that our trainees actually acquire the skills they have come to acquire in our TVET institutions. Long time ago, we used to be told that teaching is a noble profession, and what it means when you are a noble profession, it means it comes with curses. I still believe it is a noble profession. Anything noble has alongside it curses. And the curses, you know, if you believe in God, there will also be curses. Do you know how a curse will befall you? You are the trainer or the principal, and the Kenyan parents have entrusted you with their children, their youth. The Republic of Kenya has entrusted you with resources so that you can provide skills to the young people, and you end up not doing it. Of course, somehow, because of the various loopholes in policy, you were fed discipline, but there's that you don't evade. The discipline that comes from the noble profession. You later on in life start wondering why your children don't do anything reasonable, isn't it? You wonder they are destroying what you have taken time to build. But unfortunately, you are doing that at the expense of training the Kenyan children. You know, in TVET, we have trainers who are contractors. We know that. Serious business entrepreneurs are in TVET because we actually even train entrepreneurship, isn't it? And we're not saying you stop, but don't do it at the expense of your job, of your call, of your duty. So if you are the contractor who is busy building in town, supervising construction, and then you have left your trainees unattended, your children will come back when they are grown up and they sell away that construction at a throwaway price. That's how the curse comes. When you are in your grave, you will be forced to turn around because you see your building being sold at your hard-earned sweat is being sold over a cup of a bottle of Tusker, And they have said, we have agreed, can you bring the papers we sign? So let us respect the profession and ensure that we do our job. We are also working hard at the State Department to ensure that we strengthen the administration of our TVET institutions through the deployment of competent principals, deputy principals, and very soon we are going to release out letters for the deans and registrars. We haven't done that in the past. It's because we have been trying to go through what we are calling a check, as a reference check of the people we are going to appoint to those positions. Also, you are aware that in the last 3 years, the song in TVET has been promotion of trainers, and quite a number of them, if not all of you, all the trainers in TVET have been promoted. And we are saying that has not stopped. We are still looking for aspects and areas to continue to further promote our trainers as a way of motivating them and ensuring that they are at par with the rest of the civil servants. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity and listening to me. I once again want to say that the State Department is, the doors at the State Department are open, and I can tell you, maybe those of you are trainers here, they can bear witness that it's only in the State Department where employees call anybody on their private numbers and they get a response, including the PS. I am not going to tell you to continue calling them, because sometimes you disrupt some assignment, isn't it? But we are very open, we listen, and we act on the feedback we get from you. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I think we've received a lot of information from the director, and we've not given enough clap to our director. Kindly tell us which clap to give the director.
Right. So we are going to do it this way. Unajua director ameongea vizuri kabisa. If I do like this, unapiga makofi. Nikiongeza sana, unaongeza sana. Can we go? Want to go? Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Allow me to give the MC so that you can guide us on the next session, kindly.
All right, thank you so much. And I think before we even have a commercial break, I want to invite, where is Ishmael? All right, we will have a commercial break of 30 minutes, and I want to ask Mr. Sambu, so that he can also tell us in our next session, we'll have our separate tracks running in the VLC, and at the same time, we'll also be having the tracks in the main hall. Now, all the presenters, if you did not get an opportunity yesterday, please can you register with Robert, and thereafter we will also plan going forward. Thank you. Maybe somebody will pray for our cup of tea, and thereafter I'll ask our guests to leave. Somebody, Madam Faithwin, karibu.
Let's believe and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the session that we have had this morning. Thank you that even as we proceed for a cup of tea, we pray that you may bless what we shall partake, for it is in Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Faithwin. All our guests will have our tea served at HIM, and our students in the conference center. Karibuni sana. All right, the students, you can hold on for a minute. We will allow the guests and the presenters to leave.
Attacks before they happen. So First of all, I hope all of you know where our facility is. You do? Or it's in town opposite.
Yes. 1 minute. 1 minute more.
Okay. Okay. Our cath lab is where we intervene in cases of heart attacks and stuff. So they only have it in Nairobi, but now it's here. So at least we can intervene when some things happen. There is no need of wasting time during flights and ambulatory services, going to seek services in Nairobi. We'll do it here in Eldoret. And we have very qualified personnel who will undertake the services. Pacemaker implantations, we do it there. So if you have relatives or someone you know who needs those services, kindly refer them to our institution. So I would say thank you for this opportunity and thank you for enabling us to be part of this part of this proceedings. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much. Can we appreciate? Right, makofi kwa haraka kidogo. Can we again appreciate? Now, thank you so much, my good friends from Eldoret Hospital. Now, we also have our partners, that is Absa Bank. Allow me to invite Joan Sang. I will also be very strict on time, please, Joan, and the team. Maybe you can have only 5 minutes and then we will roll over the program.
Yeah, good morning, team. My name is Chepkoi Mason from Absa Bank, Rupa Mall. That's the newest branch we have just opened. We opened last month. With me is my colleague, Joan Sang, and we have come to basically say about Absa Bank. We sell our products. We tell you what is more, what entails Absa Bank. We offer all the products, all solutions for all cadres, either for students, for lecturers, for tutors, for parents, either the business world or employed. Karibu sana, and may I request my sister to take over as she want to tell you more about the products. Karibu sana, asante.
Good morning, everyone. As you've heard, my name is Joan Sang. We are in Rupa Mall branch. And for Absa, we have several products with us. We have accounts. We have accounts. We have different types of accounts. We have personal accounts. We have business accounts. For the students, we can open student accounts. And for the staff, we have personal accounts which can be salaried or even business. And also we have the ones for savings. And if someone wants a loan, for example, we have loans. We are giving out loans. We have different types of loans. We have check-off. Check-off are the civil servants, are the ones we give to civil servants. And also we have business loans. For the check-off ones, we give out at 17% interest at the moment. You know, Central Bank has raised the bar for the interest, so we had to also increase it to 17%. So for also business, we give at 17%. We also give asset finance. Asset finance is when you come, you request us to buy for you a car or even a truck, anything else that you want, we also give it. We also do mortgages. Mortgage we give at a rate of 12%. Because mortgage is something that is secured. So when you come, for example, and tell us that you have a land, we can build for you. or maybe you identify a house somewhere that you see that it's good for you, we can purchase it for you. So we are giving out at 12% for our mortgages. We also have savings plans for our kids. Like for kids, we have what we call education policy. As a bank, we also have our insurance company that we call First Assurance, and also Absa Life. For Absa Life, that is where we group the education plans for our kids, and also for savings plans, we have what we call investment plan. Investment plan is something that you can save for a term of 5 years, and at the end of the term, you get your returns plus the interest. This interest, we do it annually, like the ones for savings. But now, for savings, we are capped at 7%. That is the rate that we are given by central bank. So, but when we can extend the period between 7% to 15% for savings accounts. But for investment plan, we are never capped. So we give you up to 47% interest. So when you come with your money, maybe you have money somewhere and you want to save for like even 5 years or even 10 years, that we call it a long-term investment, but the rate is very nice. It's good. It comes with good returns. We've come with some illustrations. These are only for loans. It has my name and contact. In case of anything, if you need something, you can always contact me. And also, if you have questions, I know we have several customers here who bank with us. Please, if you have any question, you can see us. We are still around here. And we really thank you. And always visit us when you come to town. And also at Rupa, we are there, second floor. Thank you.
All right, we are not going to let you go. Can we appreciate them again? Thank you so much. Now, the Eldoret team, where are you? Please come forward. Now, we have around 2 minutes for Q&A. And if you have any reaction, please. Any question? All right, you can go first.
Thank you so much, Absa. We know you are a key partner to RVTTI. And I just have one inquiry on behalf of our colleagues here. You have a neighbor at Rupa Mall. I don't want to mention the name. And they have a good period of opening in a day, like a long time. You can get it up to 8. The only unfortunate part of it is the transaction fee. When they are with trying to do a transaction with them, then I was told, now if you have to deposit or you want to withdraw, it's a flat figure of 3,000. This is for the VIP only. Is your branch at Rupa Mall a VIP branch only?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the question. Okay, at Rupa Mall, we are offering services for all our customers, ranging from the mass market to prestige to premier customers. So when you come there, however, maybe you say you're not able, but we'll serve you. We have a junior eagle account, you have a student account, you have a salaried account. We serve all cadres. We don't discriminate anyone. So that is for hours, because we still we open the other day. We are here to extend the hours, but that is what we have requested CBK to do for us. So maybe in future, we'll extend to probably 8 in the PM. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other reaction? All right, so thank you so much. Can we appreciate them? Asanteni sana. Again, I'm also informed that we have a team from Rescos Hospital. Maybe I want to give you 3 minutes. You can make your short presentation. Rescos, karibu sana.
Asante. Protocols observed. Good morning. My names are David Komen Kapkomoi. representing Rescos Hospital. And how many of you knows where the location of Rescos? Okay. For the interest of those who don't know, it's along Eldoret Kapsabet Road, before Marriott, opposite Chinese garage. And for today, only there is an item that I want to share with you. The cases of fertility. In our facilities, so far is a walkover. Why am I saying that? My director, Dr. Caroline Kaminja, obstetric gynecologist, furthered studies. Now, issues of laparoscopy and IVF, ameiva. So, another thing is that on the cases of men, kwa nini wanaume wa company wa mama wakiwa na hiyo challenge kwa family? Option ya mwanaume ni kuoa second wife. It has become a challenge. But for the 47 families wenye walitutembelea, 17 of them tulipata challenge iko kwa upande wa wanaume. So, Rescos, we are offering quality services and quality care. We are a level 5 facility. And so far, we are the only facility going on with the current NHIF before implementiwe shift. Even Linda Mama. NHIF national scheme, ile ya 500. Tulikuwa bado tunaendelea kutumia. So far, we are waiting transition to shift. Ile Linda Mama inaenda kwa M Mama. But we will continue serving. Now that you people might have a super cover, but you have your kins, you have your parents, wenye mmewakatia national scheme, bado tunawakava as Rescos Hospital. And issues of boy child, mutusaidie kwa wafulana and youth. Now that Dr. Ann Koros in our facility amekuwa na challenge ya counseling sana kwa watoto. Wanajaribu kutoa uhai. I don't know wasasi kama tumewaachilia ama nini. Because tukikuja baadaye ku find out, we are not taking care of them. We are not that close. Tumependa kazi sana, tunaachilia watoto. Especially social media. Let us control them on the side of social media. Because wana end up landing kwa mikono ya wakora. That's why, as a family, you take care of your kids. Tuko nje. So, the details of fertility or infertility, tuko nazo hizo flyers hapa nje. Na we have our clinician, Dr. Gladys Yatich, ako hapa nje. Na for more information, for more interaction, tutakutana hapa nje. Wacha niwaachie namba yangu so that I don't know kama kuna wenye watakuja, maybe watatoka. Kabla kutupitia.
Right,
0701 908 648. Sawa? Kapkomoi. Iko open 24 hours. Credit ikikatika we reverse. Sawa?
All right, thank you. Can we appreciate makofi tena ya kilo tafadhali? All right, thank you so much, my good team from Rescos Hospital. Now, this will be the order of presentation that we are going to have Yasidi Mushwa being the first presenter, followed by James Mulinge, and thereafter we will have Shadrach Kimtai from KS Tibet. But before then, allow me now to invite Elisha Kipngetich. Elisha Kipngetich is one of our own. And I'll give you 2 minutes or 3. You will make our presentation, and thereafter we'll have our first presenter set for presentation. Elisha, karibu sana.
Okay, good morning. Okay, I'm going to present a spoken word. Kuwa hakimu wa mahakama mimi bado sijahitimu, ila hapa leo nimeamua kuwapa yangu hukumu. Kesi zimenifikia rasmi mitaani kuwa watu wanasuasua, nikaamua kujitwika jukumu kwa ukarimu. Heri niamue kesi hizi, maana amna wa kutoa hukumu. Niite hakimu bandia au bandia hakimu, ikiwa ni mahakama kuu ya tap follow. Si wanasema if you speak the truth shall always set you free. But nashangaa uwezi wala wanaimba the gospel of the truth, wameamua kuimba wakiwa naked. Ama juu the truth in these corridors is naked, yani naked truth. Wakiwa na the trend of using bedroom words, eti ndio wa trend. Eti kizazi cha sasa.com, kazi ni ku tap follow. Hata upuzi tuna follow, tukitap follow and keep them trending. Eti nasikia kuna baadhi ya wapako mafuta wameamua kuwapaka kina mama mafuta live on camera, eti wanafukuza mapepo ya kupagawa, wanashindwa na mapepo ya kupagawa au ya kupakwa juu. Walalamishi wanazidi kufurika kwa hiari, huku washtakiwa wanasema hao huja tu kwa hiari. Wakitafuta miujiza ya haraka wanaambiwa eti tap follow. Njoo kanisani mkononi bebe pia ya Kaisari ama 310 ya Kanyari. Upande wa kulia siwaoni walalamishi, na pia washtakiwa hawajafika kwa sababu zisizoepukika juu wao ni waheshimiwa. Kesi hizi hapa nitazisikiza wasiwasi bila mapendeleo, chuki au uonevu, na juu spendi uovu mlungula naweza kaa bila. Msije mkasema eti zangu mimi ni hotea mara na otea tu. Kesi ya kwanza kabisa ni walipa kodi na malandlord, eti walalamishi wanasema eri kukufuru kuliko kulipa ushuru, eti juu Tanzania wako na wao suluhu, eti sisi bado tuko kwenye harakati ya kutafuta suluhu ya kujitegemea kwa kulipa ushuru. Ukweli ni kwamba hapa ni sisi kwa sisi, tulipe tujitegemee is the only way. Hata tukiombewa na makasisi, ustawi wetu ni sisi kwa sisi. Nahodha wetu rais akipambana kutupeleka pazuri, wengi wetu tunahofia kwamba atupo pazuri juu hali ya maisha inazidi kutisha, mifuko zinawaka moto, lakini siwajua dhahabu upitia moto, na ukiona vyaelea siwajua vimeundwa. Na si mnajua nahodha wetu ni mkulima, na wakati wa kutayarisha shamba na mimea huwa mgumu, ila si mavuno yakija, si kuchumia kivulini, sio kazi ngumu. Letu ni kumuunga mkono tu, maana ni yeye tunaye tu. Si zikifaulu zake ajenda, hata sisi tutakuwa tumefaulu. Miradi yake ya nyumba ya bei nafuu na matibabu ya nafuu. Tuking'ang'ana na maisha ngumu ambayo tunashuhudia kwa sasa, naomba tuzidi kuungana mkono, tuishi na undugu, umoja na bila mapendeleo, bila ubaguzi wa rangi, chuki au kabila. Na si hakimu, nimemaliza yangu hukumu. Asanteni.
All right, can we really appreciate him better? All right, asante sana. Wapi makofi yake kwa kilo tafadhali? We cannot just appreciate like that. Can we do it in a civilized way? Haya, weka joto kidogo namna hii. Kidogo tena joto. Moja, mbili, tatu. Asante sana. Thank you, my good friend Elisha. I think Elisha again will give you an opportunity when we'll be doing the closing ceremony. So jipange sawa sawa. We remember Elisha atakuwa anaenda ikulu ya rais kukutoa ile spoken word kwa ikulu ya rais. And that is the reason as to why today we will also give you an opportunity urudie tena na ucheze kiwewe. Thank you so much. Again now, because of interest of time, I want to hand over the program to the sessional chair, and thereafter, remember again additional presenters, that is Viola Chepngetich and Aaron Langat and Owor Paul Felix from Garissa University. And we are saying we will be strictly doing the presentation in 10 minutes, we will be strict on time, and we'll have a plenary or a question and answer for only 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome once again to this session. We are going to go straight away to our first presenter, who is Yazidi Hassan. You can take the floor. It is strictly 10 minutes presentation. Then we'll have the questions within 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Yazidi Hassan Mwishwa. I have the work present here that we undertake it with a shared paper. My colleague, Mwalumbwe, who is not here. Therefore, I'm representing him. We come from Bay University of Science and Technology. Our paper is titled Online Entrepreneurial and Practices, Theories and Practicals are inculcated to students who are considered to be dropouts from various education levels. Our work has been organized into 5 sections that includes introduction, methodology, reviewed work, and later on, this enables development of a framework that actually provides something like a model to help this course that we designed for whom we call dropout students. Finally, will be conclusion. Now, in the introduction section, we refer to a regulatory body, the so-called Tanzania Commission for Universities, who advocated for all educational institutions to find any means that the online courses will be conducted in order to reach majority of people. From this course, now the authors of this work have found that majority of these people are those ones who did not benefit from traditional face-to-face course. Therefore, these people are regarded as the disadvantaged group, and these are the people who, in a way or the other, did not complete their schools from primary up to university level. Therefore, in the year 2017, I presented the paper, which provided data for these dropout students, considering primary school, secondary school, O-level and A-level, which brought out total number of 400,000 dropouts. Therefore, if we consider students or these dropouts for this year, 2013, this was only for 2013. Therefore, if we consider other years below 2013, and above it, up to today, 2024, the number is very large. But also, this number did not consider people or dropouts in the tertiary institutions and universities. Therefore, if you combine all such dropouts, plus maybe there are some people in the university or tertiary institutions who did not manage to equip on their own life, still they can add up the number. Therefore, we consider a very large number of people who remain to be assisted, because now we think that these dropout students or people are people with non-reliable kind of activity. And therefore, as such, they contribute little to the national economy. And therefore, we wanted to assist them. Now, recently we also realized that technological issues with regard to online has received the great attention. It advocates for capability to allow information to be conveyed geographically. Whichever place a person is can be able to be served by online education system. Therefore, despite the potential of online issues, there are some challenges that exist. For example, in many cases we consider a developing country where there is non-reliable of electricity, shortage of computers, etc. But still, that cannot stop us with finding out means of using these IT tools. And of additional issue is, majority of these people whom we target have access to ICT tools. They are very good in terms of using them, and they have them. Therefore, we also need to maximize the use of them so that they can also be assisted in their endeavors. Now, what can be seen to be a problem? A dropout student, if are well known in terms of their characteristics and their needs, maybe they can be assisted. Secondly, if relevant career to those individuals, it means that each student selects appropriate career for all. Therefore, if they are allowed to select such careers and the entrepreneurial courses designed for them embedded into such career courses, that means they can be enabled to stand at their own sake. Therefore, we want to establish a model which will allow designing of or capturing of specific career for each student, and therefore inculcate entrepreneurial mechanisms, therefore providing online lessons in theory, and also allow them to get into practical, so that at the end of the day, we'll be having a student that has been enabled to stand at his or her own foot. Therefore, that is the issues focused in this particular study. Now, we had some 3 questions. One is, what are characteristics of those disadvantaged groups, and what is the need? Which course material can be provided online and maybe in practical to allow them to read online and also get into site, practicing, and therefore undertake their own works. The methodology that were used is qualitative and quantitative. Generally, quantitative and qualitative incorporate such questions like why, in what way, and how many, to what extent. Those are the kinds of questions that were used to design the study. And therefore, getting to specific methods, one of them was a desk start that was aimed at determining what are the characteristics of those disadvantaged group, and what are the online issues, or such issues came from the literature review. Therefore, a small survey has been conducted in Mbeya region. Of course, the aim was to find information with regard to this disadvantaged group, what they need, what they can afford if they have been asked to pay something for them to be given this particular cause. And also, the survey also included searching such people like people who have specific career, if they have been asked to come into the university, asked to teach something, act as a model on the way they stand themselves in the business, and what if our students will be attached to them for them to guide them. And finally, the other method was interview, which went to the ICT officers or experts in order to determine the capability or the constant of using ICT issues. In the literature view, it could be able to assist understanding of this disadvantaged group, that are the people who lack access into basic issues in the society. They cannot be able to afford the education properly, health issues and the like. There are people who have been dropped out in the education levels for a variety of reasons, pregnant girls or absenteeism to all, etc. They engage with non-productivity activities. They require support in the society so that they can generate something that will build or enhance the national economy. The other issue related to ICT issues is computers and smartphones that can be used in the online courses. There are also platforms that exist, for example, Zoom or Moodle, that can be used in the study. And in this way, they also have to allow the use of the so-called synonyms and acronyms, material that are presented such that student will be able to access him or herself at his or her own pace, or direct conversational interaction with the facilitator. Those are the kind of online issues that can help with enabling the course. Yeah, we also need to design the course curricula that consists of theoretical issues and the practical modalities to help this particular student. For example, some career course can be selected to be carpentry, masonry, saloon, or whichever career a student will be selecting. Course will be structured in a blended way such that it will be useful for his or her application later on. Now, entrepreneurial courses, we know they are forming part of the material that are presented in any programs. But we find that they lack something. We need to design something that is very comprehensive in terms of entrepreneurship to also help these particular students. Therefore, all those issues related to how a student can be able to stand him or herself in the business, managing all the related problems in the business, will be designed and constituted in the course. Therefore, from the methodology used and reviewed work, it has helped us to develop a framework to help develop the capability of these dropout students. Therefore, it has 5 dimensions. One of them was determination of the characteristic of these individuals, which showed that majority of people were male against the female. This was also the age which predominantly have the age of 20 to 24, who need to be developed in terms of their knowledge and skills. Okay, most of them have shown interest to join this particular course. Course content has been considered to capture entrepreneurial issues, practical issues that related to careers, and during the time of starting the course, the pre-course guidance will be given on how to use ICT tools, etc. The ICT issues is the other element that has been put into the model. I said we'll have. Okay, I've been asked to summarize the competences is the issue that is considered in the study, and therefore all issues starting from when the student is in the course after completion, all such issues will be aimed to be achieved in the model. Yeah, finally, this is the model that we have, which summarizes such components that I was trying to explain. Covering the categories of the disadvantaged groups, the contents to be covered, the online delivery model, assessment, and the competence expected after graduation and later on after graduation. Therefore, in conclusion, it's just a model with 5 elements that has been developed, and students is aimed to use this particular model for them to be able to build on capability to enhance them in their business. Therefore, future stage, of course, aimed to test the model, is implementation, so that we'll be able to see whether they go as per designed objectives or so. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give a clap to him. Thank you so much, Yazidi, for your work. Yazidi has shared information with us. I'm opening up the floor. I think we are going to take at most 3 questions. It could be a question, it could be a suggestion or something.
Thank you for the presentation. One thing I didn't get very well, maybe you can clarify, is the model is to be used to identify the dropout, and that's my first one. And then a second aspect is in the identification of career, is it the student that is indicating this is what I want to do, or is he or she assisted based on his skills or maybe existing capacity to determine which area to orient? Thank you.
Any other? Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Yazidi, for your very good presentation. I was just wondering, what are some of the courses for these students who drop out, and at what level will you be providing these online courses? What level of education? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yazidi, for the nice presentation again. My question is, you intend to offer online courses. It could be a challenge to get the gadgets to access that. How do you intend to handle that issue?
To have? Can you repeat?
I'm saying it could be a challenge getting the gadgets like the smartphones and the computers to access the online courses. How do you intend to address the same?
Maybe you can respond to the ones you can, the others maybe you'll check later.
Okay, I will respond to this question briefly. The first one was the model to identify dropout students. Yeah, of course, in the whole paper, the issue has been presented in an abstract form. But when we come to implementation, one of the elements is to identify whom are they and details of their characteristics in order to know how they are, so that we'll be able to incorporate different issues in the design course. And the other question was a career selected by a specific student, or how? The answer is yes. We want each particular student to select a course of interest, so that after selecting the course that he or she is interested with, we can now be able to have time to plan the way of delivering them. We want everybody to be able to select something that he or she is having the passion with. Yeah, the other question was what level of education? Of course, we are trying to look out, maybe there is a very different situation when you consider people from primary school up to highest level, university for example, but we think because they are all termed as dropout, we consider that all people can be considered, and therefore, because the course will be depending at each individual, and therefore, during the course of implementation, we'll be able to see whether it can be separated in different levels or whichever, because it will be like a testing. The other question was challenge with regard to having computers and smartphone. Of course, generally there is this problem, but also the general situation that exists for that majority of people these small people of ages, 20 and 24, like I said, they have access into these tools from ecology or whatsoever. They struggle to have one, and they are very good in terms of using them. Therefore, sometimes there is shortage, but sometimes they are very passionate, they are very able to get them. And that's why we consider it so that they can be able to use them positively.
Thank you. I also want to just give a few of my comments. I'll not expect answers from them, but you can go look at them as you improve on your study. Your research was purely based on online entrepreneurial theories and site practical career training.
Yes.
I find a big disparity between the information that you gave on your introduction and the title, and also the study gap that you're trying to fill, because you're talking about the aspect of dropouts. You've talked about a face-to-face kind of training. I did not get the relationship that it had with your title, and I think it is also good for you to try and link your study to the disadvantaged group that you're talking about. So you ought to have told us who is this disadvantaged person, where did you get this kind of group, what informed the study, those kind of concerns. The aspect of the online entrepreneurial theory was not very clearly outlaid in your work. I don't know what theory specifically you're looking at, and the practicality of the career training. The second one is on the qualitative and the quantitative methodology that you picked. You talked about desktop review, which is, okay, it is purely qualitative, but I didn't see where it was used in your work, the desktop review aspect, because a desktop review should be able to indicate the link between the existing literature vis-a-vis the study that you have. And then you also talked about a survey and also interview. I don't know what type of a survey you were doing. I could not tell exactly which survey it was, because you also talked about interviews in your methodology. Then you did not show a sample population, so I don't know whether it was a review that you're doing or you're dealing with a new research that involves a specific population of study. It was not there in your work. How you were able to select the population so that you could be able to tell that this is a disadvantaged group and the other one is not disadvantaged. I did not see a comparison so that we can be able to see a characteristic of a disadvantaged group. And of course, your recommendations did not, actually the recommendation did not come from the study, but they were purely based on theories. You need to have some kind of a data to back your recommendations, which I was not able to see in your work. So I would just urge that you go back and look at your work, think through. Most of the times, even when donors are looking for documents to fund, actually what informs the funding is the recommendation that you make. Can you be able to implement that recommendation? If it is something that does not come from the study and you cannot implement it, then you don't have a study. So kindly go back and relook at those areas just to improve on the work. It is a good area of study. It is very, very current. It is something that we really need, and more so in the TVET platform. It is something that we really need. But look at it in terms of, does it benefit the reader? Does it benefit the audience? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very good comments. It's true that somewhere I did not get into detail. And maybe, for example, the data that I collected was for around 15 people and in very small sector of Mbeya. Therefore, of course, it was supposed to be captured maybe in high number of regions in order to be representative But because we just only wanted to get a test, we just went into such small number. But I appreciate with the comments that we will use to improve the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him as he goes back to sit. Thank you so much. Let's have our second presenter. Our second presenter is James Mulinge. Kindly, most welcome. I want us to be very, very strict on time because we have quite a number of presenters who are yet to present. So let's keep our 10 minutes presentation and the 5 minutes questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will stick adhere to the 10 minutes rule. My name is James Mulinga, working for Tibet Authority. Don't know, it is not coming, huh? The effect of non-state on the Kenyan Tibet subsector, and this is something which is not new because from yesterday we have been talking about collaborations with both the state actors and also the non-state actors. We will agree with me, all of us, that attaining the training or education goals, it will require efforts from all of us. That is both non-state actors and also the state actors. The involvement of non-state actors in decision-making is increasing globally. That one, we have seen it from yesterday. We have even had some presentation here from non-state actors. I will not dwell much on that. The Education 2030 framework for action, which is the roadmap for achievement of SDG number 4, the SDG which talks about education and training, highlights the importance of involving stakeholders in education. Involvement of NSS, that is non-state actors in education, generates passionate debate, particularly on the extent to which education is either a public good or a private good. It is widely acknowledged that if properly monitored and regulated in a crucial, non-state actors are crucial in education and training. Non-state actors connect young people to skills at job through direct employment engagement, professional training, mentorships, among others. So it is widely acknowledged that in Kenya, different non-state actors have started exploring areas of partnership. We have some cases there like Generation Kenya, which started partnering with the Tibet institution in 2017. We have so many of them. We will see the list in my next slides. But we have so many of them who have been partnering with Tibet institutions. Then I want to briefly say something on the problem of the statement. The Kenyan Economic Survey 2022 has reported that the enrollment in Tibet institution has increased by 10.4%. That is the year 2021. Of course, I know those are not the latest statistics. This number has already increased. Right now, as we talk, we are not talking about 498. We are almost approaching 700 students, trainees in our Tibet institutions. However, this is not in the resource allocation does not increase in the same proportion as the enrollment is increasing. And therefore, there is need to seek for alternative interventions, not just from now the government, but from those other partners to help us bridge the gap. And therefore, it is to that background why we engaged into a study to understand the effect of collaborating with these non-state actors. So we had several specific objectives that we addressed. Number one, we wanted to know the proportion of TVET institutions collaborating with non-state actors. We also wanted to understand the criteria that NSS use while selecting the TVET providers they are going to collaborate with. We also wanted to understand the trend areas they prefer supporting, then the nature of collaborations, then the effects of those collaborations on the TVET institutions, and probably the challenges which are faced by both the TVET providers and the non-state actors in collaboration. I want to touch something briefly on my methodology that we used for this study. Then I will say both qualitative and quantitative was used, targeting non-state actors and the 2330 accredited TVET institutions as at the time of this study. Again, this number has increased, but by the time we were conducting this study.
Just a minute. The one of KDJ car, you're blocking other cars. Kindly go and clear the way.
Thank you. I was saying that by the time we are conducting, they were 2330, but that number has increased. Then sampling, as you know, we could not collect data from all these, and therefore we went to a sample, and we used stratified sampling technique, whereby we categorized the institution to specific categories, the three main categories that we all know, that is the national polytechnics, the technical vocational colleges, and the vocational training centers. Then within each strata, we used symbol random to select the institution that we are going to correct the data from. Then a total of 208 institutions and 17 non-state actors were sampled for this study. We collected the data from both the institutions and also from the non-state actors because we wanted to understand, to have a general understanding from both sides. Then I want to briefly go to my results. That is the response rate. From the 208 institutions we chose, we managed to get data from 192 institutions that gives us a percentage of 92% response rate. Then through the desktop research, we also identified 17 major non-state actors which were actively involved in supporting training institutions. There are others. If you get the full paper, you are going to get, we have quite a number of them, but there were main 17. And those are the 17. The list is there. You can go through it. I will not get through each and every one, but from that list, it was clear that CICAN had partnered with quite a number of institutions, a total of 44 collaborations, followed by KCB Foundation, GIZ, and Disease Africa. Then the list goes down. We have a list. So you realize that each non-state actors was collaborating with the categories. We have the national polytechnics, we have the TVCs, and the FTCs. Then we had also others who were collaborating with less institutions. And that's why I'm saying we have others. I see Chairman is looking at the time. Let me move to the second objective, the first objective. So we checked at the number of institutions who were collaborating with the non-state actors, and we found that out of the institutions we visited, 75% of them had established partnership. 25 had not established partnership. That gives a good percentage. Then number two, we also looked at the criteria used by non-state actors while selecting the collaborative institutions. This question we asked the non-state actors themselves, and they told us what they consider before they get into collaboration with any non-state actor. And those were some of the things they said: issues of government policy, concentration of industries around the institution where the institution is located, the access to labor markets, quality, that came very strong from them, quality of leadership and the management within that institution they want to collaborate with, Then availability of training facilities and also qualified trainers. Need to have a good quality skills and training. Then geographic location, potential to contribute towards social justice and decent work, and the number of trainees enrolled in that institutions. Those were some of the things they told us. It is what they will consider before coming to partnership with any institution. We also checked on the trade areas, the most preferred trade areas supported by non-state actors. And of the total collaborations established within the institution we visited, 51% came from electrical, addressing came to that 7%, then motor vehicle that 3%. If you add those percentage, you will not total to 100. Reason being, you pick a multiple. So don't try to add them. Check whether they are going to total up to 100. Because you can establish a collaboration within one institution to support electrical and also to support hospitality within one. So, but of the total collaboration, 51% went to electrical. If you look at these courses, you will realize almost all of them are STEM courses. So that is tell you that these non-state actors, majorly, they are supporting non-STEM programs as opposed to business programs. Then we also looked at the nature of these collaborations. What are they collaborating with the institution to do? And we realized that 74% of the collaborations were for financial aid. Those do with things of scholarships, bursaries, and all those things. We had training, industrial attachment, studying at 61%. We have mentorships there, and the list goes down. So those are some of the nature of collaborations which are established by our non-state actors. You will find that infrastructure, which is most prominent and which is capital intensive, did not receive much support from the non-state actors because it was at around 58%, which is still not too bad. Then we also looked at what are some of the outcomes or the effects of these collaborations. And we realized that of the total institution we visited, those who had established collaborations, 93% stated that those collaborations led to enhanced enrollment, 79% improved quality and relevance. Then we also have increased completion rates at 77%, and the list goes down. Those are some of the factors which, some of the outcomes which came from these collaborations. Then we also looked at the challenges, and these came very strong from some of institutions. Actually, this data we got from some of the institutions, including this one, and they said some of the challenges they face is poor coordination between the institution and non-state actors, lack of clear framework and policies, delays in provision, delay in provision of equipment and leasing of funds from non-state actors, inadequate staff to support the NSA programs. We have issues of strict NSA timelines which are not in line with the school calendar. Some issues which were raised here is some NSS who want to partner with you and they want to dictate, for instance, when your student will go to industrial attachment, which will not be in line with the school calendar. So I want to go briefly to recommendations. These are some of the recommendations that we said that the authority to compile a comprehensive list of all authorized non-state actors operating within the TVET subsector. The authority to organize regular sensitization forums on the non-state actors collaborating with the TVET institutions. The authority to provide strong regulatory environment for continuous monitoring of quality of training supported by NSS. The Directorate of Technical Education to develop collaborative policy framework to provide clear guidelines on collaboration between TVET institutions and non-state actors. National and county government to improve infrastructure in TVET institutions to encourage more enrollment and create conducive environment to attract non-state actors, and also institutional management to be involved in during signing of collaboration agreement between the national government and the county government and also the non-state actors where applicable. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a clap. You've consumed 2 minutes of our time.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. Now, I just want to give three questions. With they questions or comment, let's have 3, not more than 3. There's one there.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks very much for the nice presentation. Mine is a comment, and maybe to awake you, Kenyan, that you are working in TVET areas. This is one of the very wonderful presentations to me, and I think just like you need to go further and try to look at whether this kind of collaboration that are existing, they is sustainable, and also you can also try to go further and find out whether those initiatives have been mainstreamed to your day-to-day operation. So that is my comment. Thanks very much.
Thank you. There's a second one here, and then the third one at the back.
Yeah. Okay, I would have talked about rapporteur's own observations. I thank God because you are from Tibet, and some of the observations I want to make will be so beautiful on the side now that you are from Tibet. I felt like what the NSAs are supporting is not really what the country is about. You know, we are an agricultural nation, and has anybody seen agriculture being supported? You know, that is one of the main things which those NSAs should be supporting in agriculture and innovation, so that we innovate our agriculture and we move forward. Another thing I also noticed, I would feel like the recommendations you've made, the conclusions and the findings, most of them fall into the management. Because when you talk about the problems with linking, the bureaucracies, the time frames, maybe it falls under the management of the institutions and the management maybe from NSAs. And so I feel like this is a very, very beautiful research, which if we make policies from it, will help us to where now we want to go. Thank you so much.
There was one at the back, Dr. Nyango.
Okay, this is a wonderful presentation. However, there is need for us to focus on matters to do with sampling, because it is not practical for us to, for instance, get to RVTTI at the gate for RVTTI to give you information about non-state actors' collaboration. Then the other thing that I think you should improve on is when your objective was on effect of collaboration, the effect was not brought out, because you actually stated what is most likely the outcome of this collaboration, but it is not practical, because we need to know whether it is an outcome which is significant or not significant. Another thing is when we talk about the NSA collaboration, just help us understand, is it anything to do with a public-private partnership? And this public-private partnership, would geographical location be a factor that affects this kind of partnership? Because our students, based on the policy framework, they have got to go for attachments, and these attachments are not only limited to only public institutions, but also the private sector. Thank you.
Maybe I can give you a minute if you can respond to any. The others that you cannot respond to now, maybe you can look at them later before I give my comment.
It's okay. Actually, majority of the issues were recommendations which have been taken to consideration, or will be taken to considerations. My friend here has asked whether these collaboration are public-private partnerships, which you did the year, of course, because when you are collaborating with when you are public and you are cooperating with a body which is not government, that is also public-private partnership. So it is also PPP. Then The other issue was issue of management, and also some of the recommendations touches on us. That is what was raised by my sister here, which is true. So some of the recommendations we are recommending is to both the authority and also if you look at the recommendations, you see some of them are touching the Directorate of TVET. So whoever should address them, we almost raise this recommendation to them. So some of them are for us, some of them are for the Directorate, others are also for the institution themselves to do their part.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I have my comments, and I would maybe give them to you so that you can look at them later to improve on your study.
Yes.
From my side, I found a little bit of a disparity when you talk about initiatives, and then your objectives are looking at the collaboration, meaning that there's something that is missing in your title that your objectives are looking at. So you need to check on that, because you cannot talk about a collaboration and then the title is talking about initiatives. Those are two different things. I was just wondering, what problem did you want to solve? Then when it came to your methodology, Dr. has talked about it. I was wondering, what was this thing that you're stratifying? What was this thing that you're looking at with the simple random sampling? You know, when it comes to research, I think that's where we normally go wrong. Huh? People just put methodology, they just put statistical methods on paper, but they're not specifically the things that we do in research. When you talk about stratification, you need to tell your listeners, what are you stratifying? If you talk about simple random sampling, what is this thing that you're carrying out simple random sampling in? The data collection method was also not very clear. I don't know what informed your sample size, because you talked about the total number of the TVET institutions, then you came up with a sample. I'm wondering what in the methodology, the specific calculation that you came up with that informed that given sample. You never showed that. And then you also conducted a desktop research. I'm wondering why that was done, because its significance in the study was not from the beginning. You cannot have a sample size, then somewhere in between your study, you're also bringing in another sample that originally was not in the study, and you make a conclusion about that given sample. Research does not work like that. Research is very systematic. From the beginning, somebody should be able to see where you're coming from and where you are going to. Within your results, there was something you said was a good percentage. I don't really know what a good percentage is in results. And of course, depending on your tool of analysis, I don't know what tool you're using. The tool of analysis should be able to give us, at each and every given time when you carry out an analysis, you're getting a percentage. The percentage is out of 100. You cannot get anything like 101 in research. It won't work. Your values were adding up to, I think, beyond that. I remember you told us not to look at the values, so statistically they were wrong. That is something that you need to look at. And then recommendations are supposed to come from the objectives. If your recommendations are not within your objectives, then you're not recommending for the study, you're recommending for something that is very, very different. If you had 4 objectives, you recommend on each and every given objective, because that is now what is making the study to become very, very relevant to the reader. So kindly go back and look at that. And of course, it is a good information that TVETs require, so just improve on it and let us read that given work. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a clap as he sits down. Okay. I'm requesting those who are presenting, kindly send your work to a WhatsApp number 0795 044 065 so that it can make it easier for us to upload so that we avoid this time wastage. 0795 044 065 so that we can load them on one computer. The third presenter, let's have the third presenter. You have it. Shadrach. Shadrach Kimutai. Are you ready? Okay. Laban should be preparing. Laban Kanyonga, you should be preparing after Shadrach. Kindly, let's have it first, kindly. Send it to her. She'll be able to. As you're preparing, Mingine present. I think as Shadrach is preparing, can Laban present? Yes. Yeah, kindly. Is yours ready? Is it ready?
Have you sent the presentation there?
Can you send it to a laptop that has a HDMI?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one.
Using that.
Aaron Langat, are you ready?
And then I'll present later. Okay.
Can you present yours? Yeah, as they're preparing. Aaron, kindly let Aaron present then as you're preparing. Kindly, for those who are presenting, just send your work so that it makes it easier for purposes of expediting the process.
Umeshaona? Yaro. Good.
Is it ready? I'm ready. Okay.
As they are loading, maybe I could give a preview to save on time. I know that glucose is about to go down so that we don't take a lot of time. So I'm going to present on, in health sciences we have been very strong on having workshops. And I know for the RVTTI team, you are aware that recently we had 2 workshops. One it was on NCDs, non-communicable diseases. The second was on communicable diseases. We measured on HIV, generally STIs, but we measured on HIV. So that is okay, now we are ready. So the topic that I'm going to present generally is about the effective strategies that we should be able to use in communicable and non-communicable diseases. But we are going to generally look at how these will impact the skills and maybe the knowledge of the learners. So this paper was authored by Cheruiyot Sambu, Sylvester Jaika, and myself, Langat Aaron, from RVTTI. So this comes on the backdrop of the non-communicable diseases that is continuing to be a burden. Those are diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and the rest, those which cannot be infected. You cannot infect someone. There are also communicable diseases like HIV and AIDS and other STIs. So that, of course, we know that it's very important. But as we are training our trainees, how much of the practical skills do they get from the theoretical classwork? So that is what we are going to try and look at here. So the problem that this research is pegged on are three. That's the healthcare challenge, the prevalence of NCDs and communicable diseases. We also peg it on educational gap. That is that most of our training come in form of theoretical classes, whereby we see there is a challenge in that. And I know the other presenters have been speaking about maybe having a 50-50 in the industry, 50%, and in classwork, 50%. So there is also the issue of workshop focus. How do we structure our workshop? As you looked at the title, it was Effective Workshop Strategies. Now, how do we do our workshop to ensure that maybe we meet the requirement that we have, that we train our students practical based? We were looking at this and then we were saying, if we were able to organize enough workshops, it can cover some part of the practical skills that our learners maybe are not getting. And so the objectives that we will have are three: to evaluate the effectiveness of workshop in increasing student knowledge on disease causes, symptoms, prevention, and management. You look at this workshop was majorly an health-based workshop. That's why you'll see it will be biased to health, but it can be used by the other cadres. Number two is to assess the improvement in student practical skills in identifying the risk factors and discussing preventive measures. And number three is to explore the effective strategies for workshop on communicable and non-communicable diseases. Now on this research method on this study that we did, we offered an intervention. I know in most of the studies we don't do an intervention. In this case, we were looking at it and then we did a workshop. And then now we tested how this works. A very short questions that they were just choosing, and then we converted to 100%, and we got those values. And then for the STIs, we got that the information, the knowledge level was at 15%. For post-workshop, you see it's drastically increased. And we tried to control this because time that exposing them the same questions for pre and post add some bias in that they already knew what you are going to ask. So for this case, for this study specifically, we varied the questions, but we still got the same result. That post-workshop, there was drastically increase in the knowledge. And we were looking at the knowledge on causes of a certain disease, that is like hypertension. We look also at the symptoms, the prevention, and then also the management. So for the NCDs, we asked how they felt about this workshop. Were they able to be engaged with the healthcare providers, like the nurse was there and the nutritionist was there, and then were they able to engage and maybe gain skills and knowledge? And those who said they were extremely engaged was 123. Remember, this was out of 320. Very engaged was 66, 50 were engaged, barely engaged were 36. And then there are those, of course, who said they were not engaged. Therefore, there was no transfer of skills and knowledge in that case. And then from the STI, we found this data that 7%, I know there is inconsistency. I was using numbers, now I'm using percentage. I think it's an error. I should have picked the one with numbers throughout, I know. But we have the paper, we'll be able to share. So that 7% said they were extremely engaged. 33% were very engaged, 16 were engaged, 9 barely, and not at 5%. So after that now, we went to do thematic analysis of the key informant interviews. This part is to get the strategies. Because now we have understood and we have agreed that probably workshops are very important to impart skills and knowledge to students. But now we were looking at what are the strategies that we can now use maybe to do this even in a better way. And we, from the key informant interviews, I'm sorry I was not picking the words as they are because they were a bit lengthy, so I was summarizing them, but you would be able to look at it from the paper itself, is that the key informants were had a feel that we should involve interdisciplinary teams. Initially we thought we had done that by involving the people in the hospital and ourselves, but they also felt that educators who are outside the healthcare, the health courses was to be involved. And then we also look at, there was also interactive learning where they were saying that we should involve case studies, role-playing, and media in these workshops. Maybe when we want to explain a concept or maybe when we were doing education. So there is also, there was also a finding that they were saying that for effective workshop we should have the content that we use in that workshop. They were looking at, is it the latest research? Was it best practice in public health? And also they wanted us to conduct pre and post. You know, the key informants were not aware that we had done pre and post on the students. So one of the findings was that we should be able to conduct pre-workshop assessment and also post-workshop assessment. This will gauge the baseline knowledge of the learners, so that at the end of this workshop, you'd be able to know, have there been transfer of maybe skills and knowledge to the learners. The next is that we should, another finding from the performance.
Your time is up, that's why it is off.
Okay, let me finish there. We can go to conclusion. I know you could have concluded something, you'd tell me. So we go to the last slide, that is recommendation. From this study, we were recommending collaboration to strengthen partnership for training of our trainees. We also looked at continuous improvement, that is having mixed method evaluation of this workshop so that we can know, is it working or not? We also looked at focus area, that is emphasizing interdisciplinary collaboration and practical skill development. Thank you.
Thank you. When the mic went off, it was the 10-minute mark. I think we are going to have 3 persons again for questions or comments. I think by show, you can show up your hand so that it becomes easier. There's one. Is there any other? I think we have one. We can have the mic.
Thank you, Haron, for your presentation. I wanted to find out, did you involve the nutrition students or the students from the health department? Because they already have prior knowledge on health issues. So if they were involved, it would be a bit biased because they have the prior knowledge. So that's what I want to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay, there's another one.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lagat. Mine is just maybe an addition on analysis. Huh? You did some, you said you gave them an exam, pre and post, isn't it? I was expecting you to run some t-test to see whether there's a signal difference in the performance in the first question before they went through the workshop and after the workshop. For it to be more, for you to really say there's significant difference in the performance. So I recommend that you run a t-test.
Thank you. Okay, do you have any comment to those ones? Maybe in a second or two.
Yes, thank you. So thank you very much for the input. I have a comment for the first question. For the second question, it's an input we are going to take and do. For the first question on which students we involved students who had not gone for attachment because the thing we were testing is the theoretical knowledge versus the skills and experience they get from the workshop to see if there is any change when we teach them in class versus when we expose them to the healthcare professionals.
Okay.
That's why we used nutrition students and pharmacy students and also medical lab students.
Okay, thank you for that. Just to give a few comments on the work that you've just presented to us, your study was on effective strategies on workshops, right? Okay, maybe just 30 seconds. What was your problem?
So our problem majorly was threefold. One was theoretical training, which they needed practical. Also, we were looking at these workshops, are they done in a good way that can impact the students?
Okay. When you talk about effective strategies, somebody would expect in your objective, you outline what is linked to a strategy. I think your objectives were not linked to strategies. And this kind of a study could have, I think you could have been having a conceptual framework of the same, which was not there in your work. I don't know whether you have it in the write-up. And I didn't see clearly what the problem was. Because when you talk about effective strategies and you don't show the strategies, then you don't have a problem. Kindly go look at that. Try to align your objectives to the study. They were not aligned to the study. And also when it comes to the section of the design, you did not have a research design. The design was not there. You gave us key informants as the persons that you were able to interview. So I believe that was a focus group discussion? Key informant interviews. Okay. And then you had a survey again?
Survey for the students, key informant for the trainers and the professionals.
Oh, that was not in your study. Go and look at your study because those things that you were saying were not there in your methodology. And then, of course, in the results, you're giving us a response rate I was wondering where the response rate was coming from because you did not show it earlier in your research. And then the recommendations. Actually, I think this area of recommendation, we need to improve up on it. Recommendations are not what we think. They're not what we perceive, but they're basically what the study came up with. They're supposed to be very, very systematic. Actually, the recommendations define what you're doing as a researcher. They make you to have a contribution in that given area. That is where your contribution comes in. And that's why you can also recommend for further studies within that given area to be conducted. So if you just come up with recommendations that do not even link, like you're talking about collaboration, continuous improvement, I didn't see the link with those ones to your study. So kindly go relook at your work, try to improve it, and then I think it's a good area that our learners need to know, but just improve on it to make it much more better. Thank you for that study, and thank you for your time. Let's clap for him as he sits down. Let's have our next presenter, Paul Felix Owor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Owor Paul Felix from Garissa University, and my paper presentation topic is relationship between teacher competencies and student transition to junior school, a case of public primary school in Garissa Township, sub-county. Now, what informed the researcher to dwell on this topic was because of the issue and challenges addressing CBC, particularly transition from primary school to junior secondary school. Having known that, the statement of the problem was transition to junior secondary school has been very challenging and pivotal. This is because it involves young learners. Why young learners? These are learners who are apparently 11 to 13 years old. These learners are identified to be in a concrete operational development stage. In this stage, these youngers are egocentric, and they want to understand more about themselves, and inducing them or forcing them to transit, it makes them to understand more about the environment and the school which they are going to attend. This one now becomes a challenge to them. And this one is because it was identified. The cohort that was identified was the 6th grade. And initially I've said this 6th grade are around 11 to 13 years old. Also, in Kenyan context, education system has been merged or has faced a lot of challenges. This is because we have several educational reforms. One being transition from 844 to 26333, which involves competency-based. Even in TVET, we are moving to competency-based education. And this one has been has created a lot of challenges to the education sector. Another challenge is socio-economic challenges and infrastructural limitation. For example, junior secondary school require to have a lab, but in most of the school, there's no lab session. So this one becomes a problem. And recognizing this informed the researcher to delve more into studying the teacher competencies and student transition. The statement of a problem, is that students in junior secondary school who are experiencing a lot of challenges, which is behavior, cognitive, socio-emotional, and disengagement from primary school to junior secondary school. And this one I've already said because they are in concrete operational stage, which they want to understand more about themselves. Even in this stage, they undergo adolescent stage. So students will want to understand more about the development of their body and not the development of the community or the structure. Now, recent reforms have complicated the issue further from 844 to 26633 has complicated the transition process of education. And this one informed the researcher now, and this one now became the gap that the researcher wanted to understand and to deal with about the transition challenges. Despite that, despite the government provision of resources, there are still a lot of challenges that are experienced. One being teachers who are in the field, who are trained through the 844 system, who are now manning the junior secondary school, have not been given the enough or proper training on the CBC or on the transition of junior secondary school. And this one now has created a lot of problem because we understand where the world is heading to. When the teacher is half-baked, from what was being discussed here by the professor, when the teacher is half-baked, we will definitely have half-baked students. And that is what, or this is what is going to happen, because the current grade 8 are currently facing a lot of challenges. Being trained with teachers who are not properly trained, not having resources in the school, the government not giving a lot of priority. Of late, you saw junior secondary school teachers striking. Some of them have been sent home, and that one has really brought a lot of problem. Now, from the existing literature, first we have to understand that the transition in Kenya is a new thing, and few studies, being this one being among the few studies which have been done, have not adequately highlighted on how to solve. Now, this study now will aim to address these specific elements using the 4C transformational strategies. Now, in the full paper, have highlighted the context, the competencies, the culture, and the condition. But for this paper presentation, I'm only going to present the competencies. Now, this one will help to predict transition. Let me move fast because of time. This one was the research objective. Let me move to hypothesis. There is no significant relationship between teacher competencies and student transition. Because of time, I'm just going to highlight the theoretical framework that was used. That one is 4C theoretical framework, understanding the variables of the study. Which one is transition and competency? 2, maybe I highlight something kidogo here. Under teacher competencies, we are going to get 4 categories. 1 is personality competence, about the teacher. Is the teacher, does the teacher have a good character that he can be replicated by a student? Number 2, pedagogical competence. Is the teacher able to design and implement learning? Number 3, social competence. Is the teacher able to communicate to the students? And number 4, professional competency. Is the teacher having teaching technical skills, mastering subject matter and broadly and deeply? Professional. That's why most of the teachers nowadays will be implicated with CQ, canon knowledge. Another theory was ecological, and ecological we understood about of 3 aspects. 1 was microsystem, talking about the family, mesosystem, talking about the school, and exosystem, talking about the community. So all this in the full paper has been recorded, how it affects transition. We also talked about this theory, socio-cognitive learning theory, have highlighted before, close-back transition theory, because we are talking about transition. We are talking about transition theory. Because of time, I'll not be able to explain. We have comprehensive school reform theory. All these were involved in the study. And in the study, in the full paper, it has been clearly illustrated. The implication, okay, methodology, quantitative research, utilizing correlation approach. Because of time, I'll not be able to explain more. Target population was 336 teachers in 30 schools in Garissa. Sampling procedure was census sampling, also known as total population sampling. This one helped to yield deep result or deep information. Instrumentation was a questionnaire, and this one was adapted from a scholar called La Sabra 2015. Why do we adapt a questionnaire? This is because in Kenya, this one being the few studies that have been done, in Kenya we utilized the La Sabra questionnaire, and from the questionnaire we were able to add some issues. Kindly add me only 2 minutes. The results, okay, in 1 minute. Presentation, now the result, the major one. Here we used correlation, and a correlation, just to explain something, and a correlation, this research was hypothesized that is going to use linear regression. But when some parameters were checked, one was being normality test, multicollinearity, and multicollinearity, they were able to nullify the hypothesis that it was going to use a linear regression. Therefore, it used Spearman rank correlation. This one enabled to understand the correlation between teacher competencies and transition. From there, I don't have a pointer, we are able to check the coefficient was 0.00, which was significant at the level of 0.05. Now, this one highlighted that teacher competencies was had a positive relationship, moderate in strength, and statistically significant. From the analysis there, this one is what I've just explained. That one is what I've explained. Under discussion, it was realized, let me move to discussion. It was realized that this study, resonating with the theories that I highlighted back then, that when teacher competencies will be well factored in the education sector, then students will be able to transit better. Let me move to recommendation because of time. One, holistic approach to transition support, considering socioeconomic background, family dynamics, and individual student characteristics. This is because I highlighted that. Just read, okay? Number two, Ministry of Education to implement strategies and intervention to improve school culture, fostering a supportive environment during student transition. Ministry of Education to invest in ongoing professional development programs for teachers, which is currently ongoing, though not sufficient. 1 week is not enough to train a teacher.
It's okay, you've explained enough.
Then the further studies.
It's okay. It's okay, just leave it at that point. Because of time, kindly we will stop you at that point.
Thank you.
Let's have questions or comments for him. Questions or comments? In the meantime, we should be having Shadrach Kimutai. You should be preparing.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to understand the government policy on transition from primary to JSS. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is on the recommendation of the Ministry of Education on family dynamics. Which are these that came up in your study, and how do family dynamics relate to teacher competencies and transition?
The last one there.
Thank you. If I caught you well, I have two issues. Number one, you talked of teachers not being competent. I really wanted to know how you came to know that. And then another thing, the number of teachers in JSS currently, you find most of the school have one teacher. Mm-hmm. Was it the issue of population, was it the issue of number of teachers, or the competency of this one individual teacher? Kindly.
Maybe I'll give you 1 minute to respond to whichever you can respond to, then the others will be able to improve on your study. Yeah, in just 1 minute, respond to the one that you can.
Okay, on government policy about transition, it is not very clear, though under the recommendation of the presidency, it was that transition to junior secondary school was to be domiciled in primary school. Now, how does this now poses a challenge? This is because, one, the infrastructure that is currently in primary school is not well versed with the content that is being given in junior secondary school. Now, the government policy under that's why there's still a debate on whether to still domicile grade 9 or to be shifted to senior secondary school. So the government policy under that only highlighted junior secondary school to be domiciled, though prior studies or prior preparation were not adequately done. Because in the previous regime, junior secondary school was to be shifted to secondary school. So this one has really created a lot of challenges. Okay. Just to a little bit answer.
It's okay. I think the others you can be able to put in your work. You'll forgive me that we are moving so fast because of time. I just want to highlight on a few issues that I would want you to check on your work. When you talk about teacher competency, is infrastructure part of the teacher competency? I was wondering. I think you should be able to relate your from the introduction, give your study a focus, because you cannot study everything, and you cannot have results for everything. When you talk about teacher competency, be very, very specific on teacher competency and then and the transition that you're referring to, because you went into issues that were not purely on teacher competency. I was wondering also the theories that you're giving us. I was wondering how the theories were related to your work. I only saw one which was very, very close to your work. The only thing that I did not see is how you related the theory to your study. The other theories were just stories. They were literature that people could read. When you have a theory in your study, relate it to your work, because people can read the theory. We can go to books, we can go to other literatures and read the theory. Tell us how that theory relates to your work. That's the bottom line, what we expect to see. Just the same way as when you have a conceptual framework, tell us how it is related to the research that you're dealing with. Then in your methodology, you talked about census?
Yes.
With 300? Was it 330 something, the population?
The target population was 336.
Then you used the census?
The census.
Okay, that's a new one. I think you can go back to your research and check on it. There's a new one with such type of a sample population, and also try to find out how did you get the 300? Where did this number come from? What informed the number? And of course, the results were not correlation, because your study was not relating anything. So there was no aspect of correlation and linear regression. And the ANOVA table that you showed there, that was the Spearman.
Yes.
There was no correlation. It was not significant. You go back and look at your work, you realize that the calculation that you gave there were not significant. So just try to go back, improve your work, and make it even much more better. Sawa sawa. Thank you. Thank you, Felix, and thank you for taking your time to come to RVTTI. appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Let's give him a clap as he takes his seat. Yeah. I'm requesting the presenters kindly, when you go to the results of your work, just tell us what is significant and what is, by highlighting what is significant, we'll be able to know if your study achieved the results that you intended. Don't give us the many stories in every slide and all that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shadrach Kimtai. We did this study on evaluation of Kenyan TVET trainers on the use of AI in instructional design and delivery, together with Thomas Kitonyi and Edwin Kimitei. So I think the aspect of AI is something that has just come up, but most people may not realize that AI has been here for a while. Sorry. So when you talk about artificial intelligence, this is a group of technologies that work in a manner that mimics human behavior or human intelligence. And in the past few years, we have had a type of AI called generative AI that has become very popular. Generative AI includes the ChatGPT, which you know, that was also demonstrated yesterday. What they do is they look at a data set, a very large data set, and then they summarize they summarize your queries based on that data set. We call them large language models. So our study essentially looked at the use of generative AI among trainers and how trainers are using these technologies to enrich their sessions and even design items to be presented within their sessions. So the problem was that while these AI are there, they can assist in content delivery and automate tasks. We did not understand how much TV trainers are using this. So there was need for us to do a study, and we did that study on evaluating the current state of these technologies among our trainers. We also wanted to identify the challenges that they faced and also assess their readiness and attitudes towards adopting these tools. So I'll skip on the objectives because it's just a repetition. We used two theories, the theoretical frameworks. We used technology acceptance model. This was developed by Davis in 1989. It talks about how technology is used in the society. We look at two parameters there. We use perceived usefulness, how people perceive that tool to be useful, and then perceived ease of use. Perceived ease of use addresses the usability of that tool. Do you believe that it will assist you to solve the problem? So we also used TPAC framework. TPAC framework was developed by Misha and Kola. This one mostly works with adopting technology into education. It emphasizes on the intersection between technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge. So we moderated the two and had a combined framework, that is the term TPAC framework, which allowed us to explore all the variables that I've just mentioned and have them put together in one comprehensive framework. So we were able to capture the aspects of acceptance and also the aspects of integration of AI in education. We used mixed research method, and this method was actually identified by the variables that were highlighted on the integration of the two frameworks. And for sampling, we used convenience sampling. The population that we targeted was the trainers who train in TVET institutions in Kenya. And in this case, I'll mention that public TVET institutions in Kenya. According to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, 2024, the economic survey, the figure was 13,050. And we were able to arrive at a sample of 413 using the Survey Monkey formula for calculating the sample. data was collected using a structured questionnaire, and it had questions which were already predefined, that is close-ended, and then there were some which allowed the respondent to give their views. So on our findings, we established the following. Majority of the respondents that we had were under the age of 35. And the reason is why we looked at the age is there's a perception that the older you get, the lesser you are to adopt new technologies. So we'll look at that. And also, most of the trainers who participated had an experience of less than 10 years. Also, in terms of gender, we had 264 males against 146 females, which is very close to the ratio that is 65% and 34% for the population. And in this case, you'll discover that the statistic is smaller. This is the number of trainers who have been employed by the government in these TVET institutions. The other descriptors that we looked at is the specialization. 53% were in ICT, engineering 27%, institutional management 14%, and others were 16%. 241, that is 48.4%, trained in TVET institutions that are in rural areas, whereas the remaining were in urban areas. And then for this particular aspect, we were trying to look at, is there a discrepancy between adoption of AI among institutions? Because those who are in rural areas may have some challenges that are different from those who are in public or urban areas. And then the other thing we also, which I've just mentioned there, was the specialization. Many people believe that trainers who train ICT or engineering may be faster to adopt technology than others. This is something that we are still trying to establish from the statistic. Now, we did, these were the variables that we were analyzing. These are just some of the variables that we were analyzing, which were based on Likert. And from those, we were able to identify that out of the 413 responses that we got, 328 were correctly filled, and the 85 failed the validation process. The test yielded a Cronbach alpha of 0.92, indicating a good consistency between the variables that were being observed. That figure ranged between 0.7, which is fairly good, to 0.85, which is impressive, suggesting that all the items that we had contributed positively towards the overall reliability. Removing a single alpha item will slightly lower that figure, and this is the table that has that on the reliability statistic. Now, again, that's a repetition. These were the items. On the first one is perceived usefulness. We evaluated the extent in order for us to understand the perceived usefulness, we looked at the frequency of use. How frequently do you use these tools? And then also, we also wanted to know what are the tools that you are using, and also the experience that you have on those tools that you are employing. 409% stated that, first of all, they were familiar with AIs, okay? Leaving only 4 people who say that, or respondents that say that, well, they were not aware of what AIs are. And then out of, again, that figure, 220 were actively employing AIs in their day-to-day lives, instruction design and delivery, and the remaining 193 had not considered adopting these technologies in their processes. On our investigation, we discovered that there are a number of platforms that these trainers use, and this is just a summary of what the most popular platforms that they use. Of course, most of us know what ChatGPT is, but there are others like Praxi Labs, which offer simulations and quizzes. Also others like 3D Practicals, which deliver practicals, practical simulations over the...
Your time is up, just wind.
Okay. So, okay. Since it's still an ongoing study, I'll just go through the other variables that we have observed. And remember that we talked about it being a mixed research. So we still are working on the qualitative aspect of it. But so far so good, we can say that two themes are emerging, and these themes, based on the responses, is on the aspect of advantages that trainers perceive to exist when you use AI. We have a variety of responses there, and also on the part of support that trainers will find helpful when they are using AI in their work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll take 2 questions because of time. There's one at the back. Just carry up your hand kindly. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Brian. So 2 questions quickly. 1, did you use AI to model your presentation? And 2, how are we expected to optimize the use of artificial intelligence? And yet you do understand that just for storage and enough research to be done, for instance, on the sector of medical, you need a lot of current microchips that can be able to streamline and put that information together for especially when you have large data and you're researching about a particular point of interest, for instance, medical to find cures for chronic illnesses like cancer. If you read yesterday's newspaper, it told a lot about artificial intelligence and about how expensive it is to implement the usage of artificial intelligence in research. So how are you expected to bridge that cost, considering countries like Kenya, we don't produce microchips?
Okay, thank you. On the whether I use the AI when whether I used the AI in my study. Well, I would say I used it in checking the grammar. You can use it freely to check the grammar, but I did not employ it in coming up with the statistic. I needed to have a feedback from the population that is neutral from the item that is being investigated. It will not be ethically or scientifically ethical to use the subject that you are investigating. For the second one, there are fields that can use AI, but there are also other fields that we still need to be careful as far as AI are used. The presenter yesterday, we had a presenter yesterday who presented how reliable this AI can be, and you'll find that in some areas they can be very good, but in some areas like medical, it's still, we still need to be careful, because especially generative AI, what generative AI does is that it uses a large data set, and then it gets the general trends that are appearing in that large data set to give you a response. So, yeah, I think that is but I can see a future where we'll be using AIs in solving our problems and alleviating the loads or the burdens that we have currently.
Thank you. I can give one more chance. Any other person? Okay, there's one. Make it short, kindly.
It is already very short. Mine is, did you also look at how it affects the learning on the part of the students? Because that is what I have a worry on. My worry is always when I give my student an assignment to do, they co-generate on an AI within 30 minutes they are giving me. And I expected that there are research on it. I think you should look at that. It promotes a lot of laziness. Can you tell us? Because you are an IT expert, seems you are promoting it. But on my side, engineering side, I expect students to work. But the AI is what I am marking.
Well, I think that one I will answer it both as a teacher and also a researcher. As a teacher, I will say that you need to and again, consider that this generative AI is a disruptor technology. You will face it whether you like it or not. It's just like ICT. The ones who are resistant, that they were saying, those who said they will not adopt ICTs, where are they now? They have adopted it. So what we need to do is, can we find a midpoint where we can use the these tools and at the same time assess what the student is the student is getting. For example, you can make your engagements focus so much on the active part of it, like do practicals, and then lesson assessments which involve coming up with reports, because reports a student can spend 2 minutes or 3 minutes and give you a full report, fully cited with references and very good titles, and you will think that this student has done a very good job. The problem is that thing has just been passed through AI. Now, there are tools which will allow you to establish whether content is generated by AI. But the problem is there are also tools that can make AI-generated content be hidden. You cannot establish whether, even if you deploy AI-generated content on that platform, it will not be able to get it. So we need to diversify how we assess these students. Move away from reports, do it practically. Or you can have students present the evidences in a different way. Okay. Yeah, for example, something like portfolio of evidence. Yeah. You say that you did a research. Can you give us a picture when you're doing the research? Okay. Something like that.
Thank you. I think AI is an area that we still need to spend a lot of time understanding. Just a few comments on your work, and I'll be very, very specific on your data collection. You talked about the mixed research method, but whatever you showed there was convenience sampling, and I'm wondering why convenience, and you're using TVET institutions where you can get enough numbers to interview or to study. I think you need to consider that, because convenience samplings are only used in situations whereby accessibility of the sample becomes very, very difficult. And then two, this aspect of when you get old, you become technologically challenged. Is it an assumption or a research finding?
It is an assumption. Okay, but it has works that prove that.
Okay. Within this work, do you have the data? So you did not show us that data. So it was an assumption. You need to base it on some research, and of course, when you go to an institution, I'm just wondering, what is your point of entry? How do you come up with the population that you're going to study? Your work does not tell us how you're getting your sample, how you collected that sample, and of course, it is good to always show your data in either a graph or a table. It makes it easier for people to follow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shadrach, for your work. Let's clap for Shadrach. Viola? Is Viola there? If Viola is not there, then we can... oh, you're there. Fine. Then after Viola, we'll have the last one. That is Laban Kayonga. Then we'll be finalizing with him. Thank you. So, sorry, Laban will present after lunch. Yeah. We are giving Laban the last presentation because he's a visitor. He's coming from Tanzania, and we need to listen to our visitors and also create collaborations with them. So after lunch, kindly let's converge in this room and listen to what Laban came with from TZ. Thank you. Yes, Viola, you can start.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Viola Kirui from Gericho Technical College. I have a presentation on this paper. I'm trying to bring a solution to an existing problem of lack of curriculum in TVETs. I've done this research for quite some time, and it is still underway. hoping that we shall bring the solution of the current challenging problem in the TVET, whereby there is lack of OS. So in this, I will just move very fast. To the statement of the problem. I think I'm not seeing the clear.
In the meantime, we are waiting for Pauline Jerry. She should be ready by now.
Use the board. Yes? Yes, I have all the You lose the board. But how will I move next? Will it just come automatic?
Just to be pressing this one here, and then the next, sorry. This is the first one.
The first one.
Oh, ndio unaanza? Okay. Unaenda na hii tu. This one. Hii ya chini na juu.
I'll use this one?
Yes. So copy it.
Yes. Okay. So as I said, the problem we have currently is the outdated competency, construct, and limited occupational standards. That was the basis of my problem and the basis of this research. In the literature review and the challenges, we're about to go to evaluation of defects in the digital age, that we are shifting towards the integrating digital tools in vocational education, and importance of relevant skills for the global labor market. For the professional competency frameworks, we have types of the competencies. We have the technical competencies and non-technical competencies. For the technical competencies, we have the proficiency with digital tools, understanding new technologies, and the integration into the curricula. For the non-technical competencies, we have the soft skills such as the communication, teamwork, adaptability, and problem solving. The laptop is not coordinating with the... And I press this one, it is not moving.
No problem. We are giving you more time, so compose yourself, please.
So, like this is to be the first one.
There is a problem. Because I did laptop.
I think there is a problem.
Jerry next in line.
I hope Njeri is ready. She's ready. Okay.
That slide. That one. No, next. So I'm not going to put the pole. The design. Design is slow.
Can we give the other one? Can we give the other person to present as you are working on the slides? I think we can have Njeri present as she's working on her slides, because I think there's something wrong with the slides. Is Njeri ready? Is she there? Okay. Do you have Njeri within the room? Huh? She's not there. Okay, fine. I think if she's not in, then we can get the next direction from the MC.
No, where is Njeri?
This one's out.
Sasa kwacho.
No. We are on a strict schedule. Njeri, maybe your presentation is ready? Yeah, she's around. Can you load the Njeri's presentation, madam, please? I will. Alright, tusikuwe na wasiwasi. Unajua tunakimbia kabisa, lakini tutamaliza tu. We want to finish up the presentation, and then in the afternoon we'll only having one presentation, and then we close the business of the day. So paka hii hakuna namna, paka tumalize tu. We will only reduce the minutes now. Instead of 10, sectional chair, instead of 10, make it 6, please.
Just make it fast.
Don't get into so many mistakes. Is that yours?
That's yours. Then
Challenges facing the students with disability.
Ulituma?
Nani ameikujia? Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Pauline Chege from 12th RVTTI, and my topic is on challenges faced by students with disability in TVET institutions, and it's a case study of 12th RVTTI. The statement of the problem is that TVET institutions are there to give education, practical education and knowledge to learners, and they have, and also include inclusion, students with disability in their systems. But you find that even when they attempt to do so, there are those challenges that students face in an attempt to get that TVET education in the institutions. Therefore, my topic was to look at the challenges that they face, the hindrances they experience, and how the solutions that can be integrated in order to curb or to prevent these challenges. It's not moving. What's the problem? Is it a touch screen? There's no other laptop.
All right. We are going to change the laptop now. But now we are consulting and we want to see if they can sort out the problem. Because in any case, we need to finish up on this presentation. Now I'll wish Kimutai, please, and Madam. All right.
So the general objective of the study was to explore challenges faced by students with disabilities in technical and vocational education and training. And the specific objectives were to identify physical accessibility barriers encountered by students with disability in TVET institutions, to assess the effectiveness of current curriculum adaptations for addressing the diverse learning needs of students with disabilities in TVET programs, and to analyze attitudinal barriers and social integration challenges faced by students with disabilities within the TVET framework, and also to examine the best practices and successful strategies employed by TVET institutions in supporting students with disability. So the justification of the study includes promoting inclusivity and equity in TVET institutions, enhancing educational outcomes, enabling lifelong learning opportunities for students with disability, supporting policy development, improving social integration and well-being, advancing knowledge and awareness, and meeting sustainable development goals, number 4 and number 10, on the importance of inclusive and accessible education for all. So literature review was based on these topics: accessibility and inclusive education, obstacles of physical accessibility, adapting curriculum and ensuring inclusivity, obstacles of adapting the curriculum, and addressing attitudinal barriers and promoting social integration, and then recommend best practices and successful strategies that TVET institutions can employ. So the methodology is based on research design, that is case study, and I also used a quantitative and qualitative method, which was carried through online surveys. And the population was, I targeted the population in 12th RVTTI, whereby I clustered it into administrators, trainers, and students with disability. Then I used convenience sampling for sample size because the data collection was conducted through online survey, and therefore it depended on the respondents who are willing and available to respond to the online questionnaire. Ethical considerations: a meeting was held with the Dean of Students and club patron for the students with disability, who then talked to the students with disability in order to meet them and to inform them about my topic and why I was carrying it. So that is the analysis. I've been told to go to straight findings and recommendations because of time. So the findings were, many TVET institutions are not physically accessible to students with disability. This may include lack of wheelchairs, ramps, elevators, accessible restrooms, and laboratories. The other problem was, finding was attitudes and perceptions. TVET staff and students may have negative attitudes and perceptions towards students with disability. This can lead to discrimination and social isolation. Lack of support services, that is, adequate support services are not available for students. This may include lack of assistive technology, sign language, interpreters, and academic support services. Then there was also financial challenges where students with disability may lack funds, such as cost of assistive technology and transportation. So the conclusions were people with disability face a lot of challenges, physical challenges, assistive technology and support services are lacking, negative attitude and beliefs, difficulty in transition from TVET to employment, lack of students with disability awareness programs and workshops, lack of social integration programs, lack of training for trainers on how to handle students with disability. So recommendations include for TVET institutions, make the environment conducive for learning for students by providing maybe physical items like wheelchairs, ramps, accessible restrooms, pavements, and also maybe the power. Are they able to reach out to switch? Can they switch on the lights and all that, and on and off and all that? Then assistive technologies are lacking. That is maybe things like equipment to help them with their learning process, either hearing equipment, assessments, and maybe calculators that are especially for people with disability. Then training instructors and instructors or trainers on how best to support students with disability. Inclusive policies and welcoming supportive environment for students with disability. For policymakers, develop policies and procedures that support inclusivity in education, increasing funding for TVET institutions to support students with disability, to provide tax breaks and other incentives to employers who hire people with disabilities, work to raise awareness of the challenges faced by people with disabilities in the workforce.
Wind on those ones, just make a summary. Just make a summary on the other one.
Okay. So generally, those are the recommendations for institutions, policymakers, stakeholders, so that the environment can be conducive for students with disability, and so that the students with disability can feel welcome and can access, just like the others, education and get opportunities thereafter.
Thank you. Let's clap for Pauline. Thank you. I think technology was also telling us that we are past time. Now, any comment or question? Just, I think one will be enough. Comment or question from any member on the floor? Any input? Yes, please. Yeah. Give a mic. Give a mic there.
All right, thank you, Madam Jerry, for your presentation. Mine is just an input or an observation. I would wish that you align your conclusions, recommendations to the objectives. Or in brief, I would say that let your findings inform your conclusions and recommendations. I'm saying that because, you know, at the end of it all, you're even giving recommendation to the community, yet your study did not go through, I mean, you did not do a study, you did not go to the community. It was confined to the institute. So just align your objectives, findings, conclusions, and recommendations together. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline, thank you for your study, and thank you for taking time to come to this conference. Just a few comments for you, I think two. You're looking at the challenges, and I did not see much of the challenges being highlighted in terms of what the persons living with disabilities are facing in technical institutions. Then you had a case study, you had And then you also conducted both qualitative and quantitative data online. It is never possible. You cannot do a quantitative data online. Qualitative data is okay, you can do it online, but quantitative, not very possible. Then you also had a convenient sampling. I think your snowballing would have been the best compared to convenient sampling, because what convenient sampling would collect may not give you per se the information that you wanted in terms of when you're looking at challenges. I think snowballing would have been the best in this given area. So kindly go and look at that given area and improve on that work. It's something that TVET requires at this point in time. Otherwise, thank you. Let's clap for Pauline. Thank you so much, Pauline. Yeah, most welcome. Okay. Viola, is it working? Can you take like 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Are you comfortable with 5 minutes? Are you comfortable with 5 minutes? Yeah, because you only have 5 minutes. Are you comfortable? If it can be done, then well and good. Okay.
Unfortunately, that is the only time that we have.
Okay, I can see the technology is not favoring my research paper today, but I hope you will understand what I'm trying to drive home here. I'm trying to come up with a solution, and I hope it will bring a solution actually. So for this one, I'm asked just to use this one, and I'll be talking. Allow me to explain, because I know what I wrote in that full paper, and this is the presentation. So I'm trying to bring a solution where there is challenges in TVET concerning the occupational standards which we are having. Evolution of TVET in digital age. There's a shift towards so don't mind what is in the other side, because I'm asked to use 10 minutes. I will be reading here. Okay. Professional competency frameworks. We have the types of competency I've talked about. I'm moving to the methodology on how we arrive at this and how we collect this data. It was an approach where we were able to have a comprehensive literature review and document analysis. We also have an examination of key publications and research in the field. And the objective was to identify and categorize the essential professions competency of TVET teachers in the fourth era, and to develop a past frameworks for enhancing this competency. The data source was seminar works, academic journals, and report from reputable recognition organization. In the findings and the competency of the CAP, you have the technical competency. You have the technical competency, the importance of the digital literacy and technical proficiency. The challenges due to lack of access to up-to-date training on new technology. Training gaps identified was inadequate training on cutting-edge technologies such as AI, IoT, and industrial automation. There is a need for continuous professional development to keep pace with the technology advancement. For the non-technology competency, we are able to have the flexibility in the personal communications and teamwork skills are crucial. Personal attributes and lifelong learning. occupational standards and infrastructure. Many current OS are outdated and do not align with the Industrial 4 requirements, that is the digital era, and the collaboration with the industry to update the created relevant standards. Infrastructure, need for modern facilities, laboratories, and access to contemporary requirements. The positive impacts of infrastructure investments on the teachings and learning outcomes. The recommendation, we recommend the workshop and seminars regular hosted by the Ministry of Education in collaboration with the industry partners. And also to focus on emerging technologies such as AI and industry automation. Online learning platforms, recommend the development of flexible and online platforms for continuous learning. And for curriculum updates, we recommend the incorporation of the modules on emerging technologies and regular reviews and updates to ensure the relevant effectiveness. For the non-technical skills, for the non-technical skills, we have the working closely with the industry leaders to develop and update OS and the regular consultation to ensure alignment with the industry needs and national and regional standards, ensuring compliance with the relevant standards of the comprehensive coverage. In my conclusion, the importance of promoting technology adaptability, lifelong learning, and future competency in TVET's institution need to address the changes in limited occupational standards to align vocational training with the industry needs. With the framework implementation, enhancing TVET teachers' professional competency through proposed recommendations. The vision for the TVET is creating a skilled, flexible workforce essential for Kenya economic growth and alignment with the Vision 2030. I've made my presentation to be brief. The whole story is in the full paper.
Thank you. Let's give Viola a clap. I'll allow one question or one comment from the floor, if we have any. Just one, because we are way past our time.
Thank you, Madam, for your presentation. Now, my question is on the OS or occupational standards that you have mentioned, that they are limited in number. So, I don't know what informed you that the number of occupational standards that have been developed are also limited. You also mentioned something that these particular occupational standards are actually outdated. So I don't know, how did you arrive at maybe knowing that these particular occupational standards are outdated and they are actually not aligned with the industry? Because when we talk of occupational standards, these are actually developed with the Sector Skills Advisory Committee from various industries. So maybe you can respond on that.
Okay. If there is no other question, allow me to respond to that one. Thank you for asking. I conducted this research basing on, I'm a trainer, and I'm also training in a technical institution. And we had a challenge in the building technology level 5, whereby we had brought in students for level 5, but there was no OS for level 5. We were still teaching under the neck. So that prompted me to actually find a way on where we can have a nerve of the OS. As we talk now, there is no OS level 5 building. We only adapted the one for Nyeri Technical this term, just to survive for this term. But I want to say there is no enough OS for others. We also have skills in like drone. Do we have an OS for a drone training? Can you teach a technical students on how to develop a drone? We don't, because there is no OS. And so many other areas. I have elaborated a lot in my full paper. There is lack of OS development or occupational standards for many skills.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Just to give a few comments, then we break for lunch, then we come back for the afternoon session. We'll be having one presenter. So kindly, immediately after lunch, let's converge in this room for the last presenter. Viola, I thought your work was a review. I thought you were reviewing the literature, and I felt like, when you say there is no OS, that is a rumor, because you need to have a backing data for that. And when you're reviewing literature, there are those methods that you normally use to review literature. We have various search engines that you can be able to use, because a review paper is a research paper. So when you're using those various search engines, they'll give you information that is very, very relevant to the study that you're undertaking, and you can be able to back up the information. Just the same way as you're saying there are no OS, it should be backed by some literature, and you must have used a specific engine search to give you that kind of an information. You can use the Kobo Collect, you can use the Google search, you can use many, many others. They're there. You don't need to reinvent them. Now, what you ought to have done to make your study more relevant and something that every other person could resonate with is the chronological order of events that culminates into what your study is all about. You also need to look at the relevance of the literature search to the topic of your study. Consider the comparisons that may exist. Look at specific recommendations given by other studies. They could be able to inform your study even much more better and give that reader credibility of your work. So I'm hoping to read your work. It's a good thing in the TVET sector, because we are currently going the CBET way, and we need to use those OSs that you're talking about. So I think your work will build a basis upon which, even if a review is done of the OSs, your work informs the need for that kind of a review. Thank you for your work. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the participants. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for the patience. Much more appreciated as we wait for the afternoon session. Thank you.
All right, can we appreciate all the presenters? We are going to do, no. We are going to do 4 factorials. Want to go? Thank you so much. So remember, we will be having a closing ceremony at exactly 3. So I want to ask our Madam Mary. She will close the session with a word of prayer and also pray for a meal. And thereafter, in the afternoon, we have a lot of things lined up in the afternoon. Tutakuwa tunapata watu ambao watakuja kuimba 2-3, and thereafter we'll close the business of the day. And again, special announcements. When our guests will be leaving, the students mutabaki kidogo, and thereafter we'll give you the meal cards and stuff like those. Madam.
Okay, maybe you can stand, we pray. Okay, let's bow down for a word of prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, we thank you so much that you've been good to us since we started yesterday, and today we are coming to the end. Thank you, Lord, for the gift of life, the patience, the peace. Thank you for every presenter. Thank you, Lord, for even the meals that we've had and the one we are going to have it this afternoon. Thank you for providing for us. My Father, I pray that whatever is remaining in the afternoon, give us the zeal to do our best in whatever we are doing. And thank you for this institution and every other institution that has been represented in this place. May your blessings be upon us. Lord, bless the lunch. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. So allow our guests to move. And remember, at strictly 3, yeah, you can leave it. At strictly 3, please tukutane hapa. So we are taking our lunch at HIM department. Our guests, HIM departments, and the students who will take our
investigation by following systematic procedures. And these systematic procedures are the one that requires the student to be able to formulate scientific question, generate hypothesis, plan and design experiment, analyze the data and interpret, as well as draw scientific conclusion. So these are the one, basically all these are the one that they are known as scientific quality competency. And this is they normally applicable, especially when someone is doing an experiment. As I said, that means scientific quality competence is one of the beneficial learning outcome in the student because it is associated with the scientific problem solving. And we know now we are in the 21st century skills, and we normally emphasize students to develop scientific problem solving. So that means when we train them to understand scientific quality competence, that means we are also training them to be able to demonstrate and even understand scientific problem solving. So this is one of the kind of skills. Like, for example, the some of the study that has been conducted in Germany, Canada, Chile, and Australia, they have established that students face challenges to develop this kind of skills. And even in the African context, there's also some other study that has been done, like in Ethiopia, there is one study that has been done, and even in Tanzania, they also demonstrating the similar results. So that means there is a challenge in developing this kind of skills. And therefore now we need to come up with some of the things that, some of the aspects that will help the student to develop this kind of skills. And one of the means that we can use to develop or to enhance student scientific inquiry competence is to identify and subject into test different learning factors that might be essential for enhancing student scientific inquiry competences. And the study has already established that cognitive and emotional engagement, it's among of the learning factors that are essential for enhancing student performances. But unfortunately, this study has not directly and especially been associated with the scientific inquiry competences. And that's why now we establish and find that let's now try to come up with this study, and we try to find out whether these two factors, that is cognitive and emotional engagement, can be critical factor or can be one of the factors that can enhance scientific inquiry competences. So this is the objectives, and the general objective basically the study aim to find out whether student cognitive and emotional engagement in experiment can predict scientific inquiry competence in technical institution. And our study have two objectives. The first one, we want to establish whether cognitive engagement can have predictive effect to the scientific inquiry competences. And we aim to control some of the demographic student factors like student gender, age, grade level, and even the nature of the institution that the student is studying. And the next one is also, we want to find out whether emotional engagement in scientific experiment can be a significant predictor of scientific inquiry competence in technical institution. The methodology, the study employed cross-sectional survey design, and it involved the 5 technical institutions in Tanzania that they offer laboratory science and technology program. And in Tanzania, this program is basically designed to train laboratory technicians, the one that can be able to work in school, in universities, in industry. So we basically we have a guideline of assessment in Tanzania that is also showing that when we want to assess students students who are taking laboratory science and technology, we need to make sure that they are able to, to acquire scientific inquiry competences. So that means this study was relevant to those students. And the population of the study involved the second and third year, and the population comprised of almost like 477 students. But we employed this stratified this proportionality sampling technique, and we end up getting 337 students. That is the sample of the study. For the instrument, we adopted the scientific inquiry competence testing and the student engagement and emotional engagement, student engagement and the cognitive engagement survey that was already developed by those scholars that have been indicated there. We also ensure that our tools are valid by conducting content validity, especially for the scientific inquiry testing. We use the expert review. That means we identified some of the experts that are training these students, the laboratory science and technology students, and we gave them the scientific inquiry competence test so that they can see whether it's aligning with the laboratory science and technology curriculum. And after we have done that one, we also established the content validity index and find that it was 0.91, that is greater than 0.7, and therefore now we were sure that the tool is valid. Furthermore, for the same instrument, that is scientific inquiry competences, we went further and tried to calculate the reliability. That was 0.69, a little bit less to 0.7. Because it was less, and we know that sometimes especially when you want to administer a tool like a test, reliability itself is not a measure that you can use to and claim that you are sure that to claim that your tool is valid, unless you go also further and try to look on the other kind of testing. So we established the validity of the scientific inquiry testing by the use of the Cottman-Lash model. This is one of the model that is normally used to establish the validity of the test. So we established a number of parameters that is proving that the test was valid. Especially we established the personal reliability, the Q3 coefficient, that is the same as the multicollinearity. That means we wanted to establish that whether the item itself are not having multicollinearity. Therefore now to prove that is not having multicollinearity, we were to find that the correlation between the items less than 0.3. And also establish the infinity and the outinfinity values, that is whether within the student responses there were some of the abnormalities in those responses. And then we also established the right item person map that is showing the distribution of the item if there is simple, difficult, and even moderate items. We find that the map was ideal, and that means was showing the fair distribution of the item. Therefore now, after we established all those parameters, we were sure that our testing and even our instruments are valid. We went and collected data. And after collected data, we analyzed our data through the use of hierarchical multiple linear regression. And before we learn the hierarchical multiple linear regression, we also make sure that all the assumptions have been met, like the linearity, the multicollinearity, and even the normality. Therefore, now we are sure that when we use that technique, we can be able to establish our aim. So these are the preliminary results that we were also trying to find out if there is correlation between the variable. We find that basically cognitive and emotional engagement in a scientific experiment has a significant relationship with the scientific inquiry competences. And after establishing that this one, and then we went further now and try to run the hierarchical multiple linear regression. So you can see here there is almost like 3 models. Why we did this? Because the first model we did, we just put all the demographic information, specific demographic information at once, so that we can control them. When you want to establish the effect of cognitive and the emotional engagement itself, we are sure that we have already controlled other factors, and therefore we might be able to establish the real or actual predictive power of those 2 factors. This is after subjecting the covariates or the student characteristic into our program. We find that some of the student demographic factors, they have significant effect to the scientific inquiry competence. But we didn't want to discuss, we didn't want to establish this one because this was not a focus of our study, but it was just for controlling them. And something that is very important in the last statement, that we find that all the demographic information, they are able to account for about 7.80% in the variance of the variance of scientific inquiry competences. So that means if we are not able to control this, we might be able to, we can reach the point of establishing that maybe cognitive and emotional engagement has effect, but still there is also other factors that they are also contributing. So for us, we controlled that effect, and therefore now when we move forward, that means we could be able to establish the real or the actual effect of the scientific inquiry competency. So for the first results, after we have controlled all those variables, we find that emotional engagement has significant effect to the scientific inquiry competences, and that means it has an impact. And what does it mean? That means, for example, if we, an instructor is teaching scientific experiment in the lab, and he reached the point of finding that of creating scientific tasks that are impressive. That means they can even make sure that the students are happy while they are doing that particular experiment. That means could have positive impact to the scientific inquiry competency. So that's how I say that this shows that laboratory activities or scientific experiments that are enjoyable, interesting, can trigger positive perception and feeling, are beneficial for enhancing scientific inquiry competencies. Sorry. And for the case of cognitive, we also find that there is positive significance effect to scientific inquiry competences. And for the case of cognitive engagement, we also find that it has positive effect to the scientific inquiry competences. And therefore, now we establish that when we design scientific experiment to the sense that it requires them to use their mental capabilities or mental concentration, that means we also are likely going to enhance their scientific inquiry competences. So that is the second finding. Based on this result, we also concluded that student cognitive and emotional engagement during scientific experiment are among the essential factors that can, when applicable, can enhance scientific inquiry competences. And therefore now we recommend that instructor to create a laboratory learning task that arouses students' enjoyment and positive perception, as well as requires student utilization of higher mental capability, that is cognitive engagement, so that we can enhance their scientific inquiry competences. So this is the end of my presentation. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Feel most welcome, our guests, for this given session. We are going to take questions. I would suggest that we have 3. It could be, I think we have 5, because this is the last presentation that we're having. So you could be either give a question, a comment, a suggestion, just to help improve the work that Laban has presented to us. There's one at the back. Kindly try to summarize your question so that it makes it easier for the presenter to understand.
Okay, thank you. I'm Brian once again. And my question is to the presenters, especially today. What is the space of private? What is the space of private TVET institutions, and especially with access to fundings? Because you're talking about cognitive understanding and stuff, but what is the space of private TVET institutions?
Any other that we could be having for the presenter? Okay. You have a... Okay. Maybe Laban can take that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. But I don't know whether this really question relating to my study, because what I understood from the one who asked the question, looks like he wanted to understand the role of private institution in funding. So I don't think if it's relating to my study. So, and I cannot be able to answer that question. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give a few of the comments before. Yeah, I'm seeing someone carrying up their hand. Did you carry up your hand? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Fine, maybe I can go ahead. Now, Laban is looking at students' cognitive and emotional engagement in experiments as predictor of scientific inquiry competencies. And he's presented a very good work within the TVET field. My main concern is, I think it will be able to improve your work. You may be able to answer a few others you can be able to check later. My concern is, why bring in the association at this given stage? And then number two, if you're looking at an objective of finding out, that's a lower level objective, because if you, the other side on your specific objectives, you are trying to assess. So finding out is a lower level objective. Then you conducted a cross-sectional survey in your work, and your target was the second and the third year students. Maybe you'll tell us why the second and the third year students, and why stratified proportionate sampling method. Then of course, you came in with an aspect of multicollinearity. I was expecting to see data on skewness and kurtosis, which was not in your work, because there was an aspect of in-fit and out-fit. So I expected the data on skewness and kurtosis to appear there. And of course, you are relating your results to the beta value. I think beta values for purposes of significance are normally defined by the t values. What can you say about your beta values vis-a-vis the t values in the test of the null hypothesis? Maybe you can respond to any, then the others you can be able to check later to improve on your work. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, for the very nice questions. Yeah, as you said that I will respond to some, and some I will take them as comments so that I can improve my work. Yeah, the first question was about why association. Yeah, as I was presenting, I said that the challenge is that most of the students are facing challenges to develop scientific inquiry competences. So, and one of the way to at least to improve them and to improve their skills is to find out, one can be like maybe trying to find out what kind of methods, teaching method can be applicable to teach those students so that they can develop those kind of skills. And the other one can be trying to look on what learning factor that are essential. When when we incorporate with the teaching methods, we can be able to take the student from where they first challenge to develop these skills so that they can improve that skills. So my study took one of the approach that is trying to, identify some of the learning factors and subjecting to testing and to find out whether they are able to predict scientific inquiry competences. And why? Because you know, for example, if you do a hierarchical multiple linear regression, you are able to establish a model. And therefore now, for example, that such a model can be used to create an intervention. And therefore now you can use that intervention to train teachers and even try to be used in the class so that it can be used to enhance student scientific inquiry competence. That is my first question. Then for the case of the lower levels of objective, I think that one have noted and I will go and try to improve. Then another one was about why stratified. why stratified? Because basically in Tanzania we have technical institution, and for me, my focus was to engage the students that are doing laboratory science and technology. And for the number that I have, like currently in Tanzania, there is almost like there is 60 technical institutions that they offer laboratory science and technology program. And here I have involved the 5 because one, I have used it in the pilot. So therefore now if we use an institution in the pilot, that means you're excluding the actual study. So I involved the 5. But then in that 5 technical institution, I took second and third year students. So already when you say that second year and third year students, that is, they're already strata. And therefore now you don't need to involve them, all of them, but you need to select a few of them. And what I did basically, because I established the population before, and that one was almost like 477 students in all those 5 institutions. And then I went further and tried to find out the proportional percentage of students in each of the technical institution, so that I know that within the 477 students, like for example, if I go to a certain institution, that institution is presenting is presenting what percent in that particular in that 477, and then I use that proportional fraction or proportional percentage to come up with my sample. And by the way, I want also to point out something that my study, the whole study of, because I said that this is a part of my study, and my study was mediation. And mediation is one of the studies that requires a little bit big sample. And I established the sample size based on the procedures given by Cohen 1986 and Westland in 2010. That they normally say that if you want to establish a model that can be significant, you have to consider a number of parameters. Like they talked about the number of indicators, the number of latent variable, the statistical power, the statistical significance. So you take all those parameters and you establish the sample size. And the whole study that I did, my sample size that was established using that particular procedure was 370. But because when you are cleaning your data, there is somewhere that you might find that there is some data that you need to drop. Therefore now I trimmed it down up to 337. So I don't know if I have answered your question. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we give claps to Laban as he sits down. He's done the best. Thank you so much, Laban. Most appreciated. Laban took his time to come and share with us knowledge all the way from Tanzania. Being that he's also a student at Moi University, he's been able to give us an insight of the nature of TVET in Tanzania. Now that we have our guest who is going to close the session for us, and being that it was the end of today's presentations, we've had quite a number of researchers from various fields, and what this conference has brought to us is the sharing of ideas among trainers, trainees, researchers, both young and old. And the information that we've gathered here, let it be the basis upon which we are now building a much bigger understanding of those various areas. We've seen studies in the areas of the AI, we've seen studies in the areas of the environment, there were issues to do with the food science and nutrition, there were issues to do with electrical and electronics. There are so many things that were given to us in this given conference. So it has created that given platform, and RVTTI has given us the opportunity to be here. We thank you, Madam Principal, for that, and we hope that next time, God willing, we'll also be part and parcel of this kind of conference. Lastly, I would like to say that for those of us who had the opportunity to present, it is always good to have your work published. it gives a lot of credibility. If you publish your work, it is, you're giving yourself the platform for people to read what you know, sharing that which you know, and also they cite you. It gives you what we call an academic credibility. The moment your work gets into a journal and it is cited, it is a way forward through which you get a motivation as a learner, as a motivation as a trainer, motivation as a researcher to continue researching more in that given area. The only problem that most of us normally have, we always have research papers, we can't present them in a conference. After the conference, they gather dust somewhere, we don't even think of publishing them, and that's what we call perishing in the scientific field. So give your work a better look. The comments you've been given, use those comments to improve your work. RVTTI, they have their journal. It is a credible journal, accepted by most of the universities in Kenya. Put your work there. It will be read by many. Also, I would urge that for purposes of knowledge sharing, this conference brought in that bit of collaboration. Let's share. Let's have multidisciplinary kind of sharing. And we can even go a step further, not just having papers being presented in a conference, but having papers that can now attract funding. The CEO, NRF, was here, and you heard him say that it is now upon the NRF to fund researchers in TVET. Those researchers that normally get funding are pegged on whatever you guys have presented. The only difference that we have between a funded research and a research paper is the modality of writing those papers. That's the only difference. And what the funders normally look at are the recommendations that you give. Are they implementable? Because all the time they'll be asking you, what do you want to be funded in your work? That thing that you want to be funded in your work is the recommendation that you want to be implemented. So once you get it right, I'm very sure the funding organization will look at your paper and give you a reward to it. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the contributions that you've made. For the presenters, thank you so much. And for RVTTI, I also say thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the session today. It is something that I don't take for granted. There are many other doctors within the room that would have been given, but I got the opportunity today. So thank you so much, and may God bless you. Thank you, MC.
All right. Thank you so much. Can we appreciate all our presenters of the day? No. We are going to do it 3 factorials. We are doing 3 factorials. Want to go? Asante sana. Now again, allow me to appreciate the sessional chair. All right, again 3 factorials. Thank you so much. Mgeni wetu wa heshima wa siku ya leo, tunataka tuingie katika kitengo fupi kabisa ya burudani. Na jinsi vile yule rafiki yangu kutoka Tanzania alivyosema ni kwamba kila wakati lazima tukue na burudani, hata tukiwa na conference kama hii. Na yule ambaye ninataka nimlete hapa mbele ni kwamba ni mwanafunzi wetu, na vile vile amekuwa katika ile falsafa ya kusema kwamba yote yawezekana. Hata ukiwa shule pia unaweza kujitia bidii katika nyanja mbalimbali. Na ninataka nimkaribishe rafiki yangu ambaye anaitwa Elisha, ambaye kidogo nitampa nafasi tu fupi kabisa atuambie ni nini ambayo ametuandalia katika siku ya leo. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon everybody. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Someone may request for me to do again the spoken word. Yeah, maybe it's iliguza mtu. Thank you for the opportunity. Kuwa hakimu wa mahakama mimi bado sijahitimu, ila hapa leo nimeamua kuwapa yangu hukumu. Kesi zimenifikia rasmi mitaani kuwa watu wanasuasua, nikaamua kujitwika jukumu kwa ukarimu. Heri niamue kesi hizi, maana hamna wa kutoa hukumu. Niita hakimu bandia au bandia hakimu, hii ikiwa ni mahakama kuu ya tap follow. Si wanasema hivyo, speak the truth shall always set you free. But nashangaa iwezi wala wanaimba the gospel of the truth wameamua kuimba wakiwa naked, ama juu the truth in these corridors is naked, yani naked truth, wakiwa na the trend of using bedroom words eti ndio wa trend. Eti kizazi cha sasa.com kazi ni ku tap follow. Hata upuzi tuna follow, tukitap follow and keep them trending. Eti nasikia kuna baadhi ya wapakwa mafuta wameamua kuwapaka kina mama mafuta live on camera, eti wanafukuza mapepo ya kupagawa. Nashindwa ni mapepo ya kupagawa au ya kupakwa, juu walalamishi wanazidi kufurika kwa hiari, huku washtakiwa wanasema hao huja tu kwa hiari. Wakitafuta miujiza ya haraka haraka wanaambiwa eti tap follow. Njoo kanisani mkononi beba pia ya Kaisari, ama 310 ya Kanyari. Upande wa kulia siwaoni walalamishi na pia washtakiwa wajafika kwa sababu zisizoepukika, juu wao ni waheshimiwa. Kesi hizi nitazisikiza wasiwazi bila mapendeleo, chuki au uonevu, na juu spendi uovu mlungula anaweza kaa bila. Msije mkasema eti zangu mimi ni hotea mara na otea tu. Hapa ni ukweli na usawa hata kwa wote waliopotea. Kesi ya kwanza kabisa ni ya walipa kodi na malandlodi, eti wanasema heri kukufuru kuliko kulipa ushuru, juu jirani zetu Tanzania wanasema wako na wao suluhu, eti sisi bado tuko kwenye harakati ya kutafuta suluhu ya kujitegemea kiuchumi kwa kulipa ushuru. Ukweli ni kwamba hapa ni sisi kwa sisi, tulipe tujitegemee is the only way. Hata tukiombewa na makasisi, ustawi wetu ni sisi kwa sisi. Nahodha wetu rais anapambana juu chini kutupeleka pazuri.
Comrades, yes, beware. Stay on the ship. In the ship lies our future.
Your future with passion. Will nurture.
This is our flashback. We narrate our cheerless journey to the start of the promising journey.
Jobs are waiting.
Passports
recollected.
In bliss we pervaded.
In lead or right.
Our mission to strive.
Meet your boats and toast in joy.
Thank you, sailor, for sailing us on.
Silence in our house. Now your time to slaves. Your backs is marked with care.
Send us back to the great master.
Silence in our house. Next we pray to creep.
We kneel for your mercy to plead. Throw us back to the dark master.
Brush our shoes we command.
We brush your shoes.
Lick our toes we command.
We lick your toes.
Kiss our floors we command.
We
Sleep with the dogs we demand.
we sleep with the
Dogs. Task of the words we demand.
We pay the tax.
Task of tax.
Destitute of shame. We pride your fame with shame. Your kidneys we now claim. We dread your joy in me. Sailors we plead. Come from the sea. We beg to be free. Come we beseech. To you in sooth we came. In the ship your slaves we became. Our choices we blame.
Your backs we hack. Your legs we smack. Your ribs we crack. Heart smack crack. To your roots now be back.
With powers to read and write, we dreamt of a beautiful future, a future fruitful and bright, but hope got on to tatters.
Slaves
we became in the ship, destroyed and reported by masters. Doomed we became in the ship, we missed our monkey manyatas.
Dogs
we became in the ship, we fed on boats and carcass. Trash we became in the ship, for the ship of scholars was a task of tax. The ship of deceit we refuse, for the ship is full of abuse. Our skills we yearn use, to save ourselves from doom. Join our sovereign garage, our vehicle of hope to fix. We come to the sovereign garage, our tools of trade we pick.
Come to the ship of scholars. Abroad your lives will be.
Our vehicle we choose to fix. With skills and zeal we fix. To our country only shall we pay tax. Behold our vehicle of hope, so dilapidated, now resuscitated. Come be elevated. Societal salvation we seek. Transformational tools we pick. Legitimate taxes we remit. Ready to mail manatas. To cancel the sparkles bright. Mind we mold with might. Change we crave to craft. To cast out the blight.
We shine, we shimmer, we show the shadows of light. We gleam, we gleam. To life we bring our dream. Our minds as one is fire.
Na tukiwa hapa sisi kama walimu, hiyo ndio kazi ambayo tunafanya. Kwa sababu ya hiyo, mimi ninaitwa Ben Kibet, ninataka nimwalike mwenzangu ambaye atachukua hatamu tukiendelea mbele. Mr. Ondati, karibu sana.
Let's again appreciate our programmer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate all of you for coming this far. And because we don't have much time, we like to rush a bit so that we have the remaining session ending at the right time. So to this point, I want to invite the Research and Innovation Coordinator, Mr. Mogonji, to give a remark. Thereafter, he'll invite the Chief Editor. So, Bwana Mogonji, welcome for your remarks.
The Chief Guest, Dr. Puara, all other invited guests that are present, presenters, all participants and students, colleagues, good afternoon. I want to say, and I also want to agree that our conference this year has been very, very successful. I don't know if I'm the only one who is seeing this. Ni wangapi pamoja nami wanasema, are we really very happy? And it's because of you. I don't know how we can appreciate you people. Since yesterday, we have had people turn up for this conference. We had quite a good number of people. Many papers were presented yesterday. More than what we had last year. Today also, we have had quite a good number of papers presented. Dr. Puara, you missed a lot. We had a lot. And we pray that next time, come early so that you can also be able to enjoy what all of us have enjoyed today. We had presenters from different places. There are those who presented from South Africa, Ethiopia, virtually. They were not able to travel, but we were able to receive their presentations and listen to them. Those who came, we want to appreciate, especially from our neighbors, Tanzania. We're very, very grateful. And we keep on saying that as you go back, kindly don't forget to come back again, and also come with more. We expect to increase the number of people coming from Tanzania, from Uganda, from Rwanda, and all other neighboring countries, and even beyond, because we have people coming from, we had people coming from Asia last time, Europe, America. So it's an international conference that we have always held, and we're quite happy that it has always been successful. This year, we also have a number of innovations, and I think you have witnessed. We had innovators coming from different institutions. Kericho National Polytechnic. We also have from Kabete National Polytechnic. We have from our sister polytechnic here, Eldoret National Polytechnic. We had from Siaya. We had from Siaya. So quite a good number of innovations were brought. And I also am told that we have many that were expecting to come. We had from Kisii, and we have other three. We had from Nairobi, Nairobi Technical, that we expected to have Thika, and they were not able to come, but we hope that next time we're going to have them here. Then we have presenters who have come from our sister institutions. We appreciate your support. You have always supported us, and we pray that you continue supporting us, and we also support one another. We know these institutions are also preparing for their conferences, like Kiambu National Polytechnic, as it's a conference coming next week. And we have others that are lined up that they'll be holding their conferences. So what we want is we can be able to pull our forces, work together, support one another, and move forward. Mine, I don't want to say much, but I'm so excited. I'm excited that our conference has been very successful. We have come this far. we are closing in a high note, on a high note, and I want to thank you. Mr. To, thank you so much. When you go back to Tiveta, waambie kwamba we appreciate. We also had our CEO, NRF, who has always wanted to be here, but he was here today. Those people who listened to him in the morning talk to us, we really appreciate, and he has promised us a lot of things. And there are so many other promises that we get on the way because of what we do. So let us keep it up. Let us keep on improving on from where we are. I have a team of the editorial body. It's a very, very wonderful team that I've worked with, and we have been doing a lot of work to be able to produce a channel that is international. As you heard in this morning, we have gone a very big step. Our channel is now fully online. We have a DOI number, and I just want you to allow me to ask the online editor to say something about it before we go forward. Mr. Kimtai, kindly, karibu.
Thank you so much. I did not expect to have such an opportunity, but indeed we are making strides. We also listen to the feedback that you give us. A few years back, I think 1 or 2, you had proposed that we now incorporate DOI. The very time we started, you had requested that we go online, we went online. You requested for DOI, we have DOI. And we are moving strides. We are working with other partners. We'll be having our journal. We are currently working with the Scopus to have it indexed and others. So continue being with us, continue bringing papers, and when you get, after the conference, you always get feedback for corrections before it's published. Make sure that you do it in a speedy manner and submit it back, and then it will be considered for publication. Again, take the comments that are being made seriously, though this is a feedback that I believe the chair should have stated. But I think you'll get that opportunity. So thank you so much for being with us, and I pray that you continue being with us as we make strides into the future. Thank you.
I was hoping that you were going to really appreciate what we have done. Can we give us a clap? A better one. How does we do a better one? Note. We can go 3 factorial. Okay, let's start. Thank you so much. This time, I want to invite our chief editor, Dr. Waweru, to come and say something. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Our chief guest, Director TVET, Dr. Opwala, our chief principal, members of the editorial board, other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mine is to thank all of you. It has been a grueling 2 days of the conference, and we have seen so many papers presented here from yesterday morning. From the editorial perspective, we have really improved. If you look at what was presented in the past years, Director, this year has been a very big improvement. The quality of the papers, the standards that have been portrayed in this conference is outstanding. We thank you. Can we clap for ourselves? So, I wish to thank everybody, all participants, all presenters who have done their papers today and yesterday, those who did it physically, those who have done it online. We are so grateful for that support. The journal AfriTVET could not be there if you are not supporting it. It is your support that has made it to reach where we are. It has been a growing journey from when we started, and we can see the fruits, as our online editor is saying. We are now out there. We have been registered in the DOI, that is Digital Object Identifier. So our papers can now be cross-referenced. So those people who have been shying away, especially universities, most of the authors from the universities were saying if they presented the papers to this journal, nothing would happen when they are looking for employment, because most universities will look for that reference, whether you are cited, you are in the Scopus or you are DOI number. If it's not there, the paper is not recognized. In fact, in my university, we call them dustbin papers, papers for the dustbin. But now with the DOI, and we are now looking forward also Scopus, you can easily be recognized world over, and every institution will now admit you after you publish in this in our journal. Director TVET, we have had papers here presented on the TVET growth, on the TVET space. And if you get an opportunity, you can also look at that journal. We have so many papers that are talking about TVET, challenges, improvement of TVET, and this can be a way of improving. They can help to shape the future of TVET in this country. And I thank you researchers who are researching on that. We have also had papers in researchers who have taken interest in that train. There's a lot of work to be done in that train. I was challenging one presenter this morning who presented an AI. We have a problem in my university where some students are now taking advantage of AI, like the chat GPT, and they're using it to even write thesis, a proposal for a thesis in masters. We have witnessed several. So which direction are we going? Are we going to copy everything from chat GPT and you submit within a few days you have a thesis? Is that the way to go? So we need to be very careful with technology also, so that we have other tools that can be able to tune or to be able to arrest some of these challenges that are coming by. Because it might be very difficult to identify. In a past, we have been doing what we call plagiarism, check for plagiarism. And a plagiarism test could tell you this, you have quoted so many of these in terms of percentages. So for the ChatGPT, can that plagiarism tool help you to do it? So those are challenges that we could think of. So from the editorial point of view, I also want to state that we are very happy for the response. We got a total of almost 97 abstracts from you people, of which we selected about 70. We are not saying that the others that we left out were bad, but what we told you, they had room for improvement. You required to improve on them. Because we realized some of the papers that were, the abstract that we were getting, they are ongoing studies. And you find ongoing studies, sometimes even the findings are not out, there's no conclusion, there's no recommendation, so we could not admit such abstracts. But those who had gone to the end, some of them you have seen here, they need to be improved. And this is a chance for those scholars and researchers who are doing research. This is an opportunity. Don't shy away that your paper is not complete. Just come, we admit you, you'll get comments, that will help you to improve on your paper. So that by the time you reach publication, it will be in a quality standard. The editorial board, sorry, I should have introduced my board, although I know there are a few around. Professor Chumba, can you stand? Where is Lucy? Lucy is there. Agnes? I think they are engaged with innovation down there. So those are part of our, okay, we have several, even Daniel, yeah. Even Madam is, Madam Principal. That is part of the board. Can you clap for that board? Thank you so much, the board, for supporting us. I may wish also to thank this, the management of this institute. They have really supported us through the Board of Governors. They have been very, very supportive. We could not be where we are without that support. So management, thank you so much. Pass our gratitude to the board for the support they have given us over the years. So I don't think I'll add more because of interest of time, but to thank you all as you travel back home. We welcome you back next year. You will see the advert, what time we shall be having, but it could be almost the same period. Make sure you also come in, invite your friends, invite your colleagues, also to go to submit their papers and be part of RVTTI. We thank you, we bless you. Can we clap for everybody that came? Thank you so much. I think I'll take this opportunity now to invite our Chief Principal. Thank you. Karibu sana.
We need to appreciate our chief editor. He's done us so proud. Let's appreciate him. Our chief guest, the editorial board, participants, whether you attended or you are presenting, the innovators, the conference organizers. Afternoon, or is it good evening? I'll ask my brother, CPA, imefika evening or is it still afternoon? Thank you. I'm really so excited. Usually we end it earlier than now because it's like by that time we are just wondering, like we have already finished, so we just want to close and go. Today we to do what? To finish their presentation earlier. Really surprised and humbled that my friends from the lake are here all the way. How do they say? All the way from the lake. It's not a mean thing. Please stand. Yes. Naomba watusalimie. Wamesema mkuje pande hii ndio tuonekane. Haya.
Our chief guest, Director of Technical Education, Dr. Pora, host, chief principal, conference participants. I'm humbled to be coming here and attending this great conference. My names are Engineer Felix Barclays Odhiambo, Principal, Kakrao TVC in Suna East, Migori County.
Thank you.
It's only 150 shillings from where our institution is to Tanzania. So if you've never gone abroad, come to Kakrao and you go abroad. Thank you.
So you're closer to our brothers from Tanzania? There. Thank you.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Chief guest, riding on all protocols observed, Madam Principal. My name is CPA Wilfred Owala, Principal Siruti Awendo TVC, Migori County. He's actually my nearest neighbor, and we do a lot of things together. In fact, we are so much in competition, though I think slightly ahead of me now, but director, just watch the space, I'll catch up with him. So it's my pleasure to be here. My sister is a very good friend of mine, Same with Flora, very good friend of mine. So we just came to benchmark, and to the editorial team, watch this space. We are TVCs, but we are coming. We are coming. So in the next 2 or so years, we'll have done something. So asanteni sana. Me have enjoyed my stay, though a bit brief, because I've just been here today only. But I want to thank you very much, Madam Chief Principal. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Imewatosha kweli. All the way from the lake, surely. Twende, tuwape ngapi? Wanasema 4. You know they came to benchmark, but next year there will be participants. And we must watch this space. So let's go for factorials. Remember what we were told in the morning, that in this region, 4 is significant for men, and you saw men, right? So twende for 1, twende in style. Haya, twende. Thank you so much. I know you had a lot to do. And Bwana Director, I know you remember that we had TVET fairs that just ended on 11th, and yesterday teams were traveling. And we also have other colleagues. Yesterday we had others that were there, and today we can see others. Please stand and just I think we'll give you an opportunity to say hello because you're one. Asante. Karibu, colleagues from these other institutions within the region. So how hawajatembea all the way from the lake, but they have come.
Mungu ni mwema kila wakati.
God is good.
Mungu ni mwema kila wakati.
Mungu ni mwema.
Good. Our chief guest, dear principal, and the participants want to really thank you even for getting time to come here. It is really very motivating, very, very motivating. My name is Dr. Oroni Barasa. I think I've also come to benchmark, but my paper editor is just, if there is a room kidoko, nitakuona nyuma ya
tent.
Asante. I'm principal Moiben Technical and Vocational College. Asanteni kwa hii nafasi.
Good evening. My name is Eunice Kerich, Principal from 12th RVTTI. I'm always proud to be present in this conference because I was here when we started this conference led by Agnes before you came in, but you're also part of the team. So I'm always just very happy to be here. I've been challenged by Shadrach that these days I don't write papers, I will write. Thank you very much. Be blessed.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Our chief guest, the chief principal, the whole guests who are around here. My name is Jackson Toh. I'm the principal of Eldoret AIC Training College, a private institution, but I'm very much associated with this institution. I keep on keeping steps one by step. I'm also saying watch the space. Nekaribia Madam Kariba Kabisa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our guest, these two were mentored by RVTI, that is Moiben, and Ngeria being the latest baby. We had other principals yesterday from other institutions, and part of this morning, they were not able to stay until this afternoon. But nonetheless, the commitments that have been there have been quite a lot, and we appreciate the opportunity that you have created to join us, colleagues. We have other players from universities, and if you're there, please stand. You know, most of our editorial board, that's why you can see our journal inaiva vizuri, because we have the best brains in the country. We appreciate you. No, don't sit. You will tell us so that behind the tent we'll know where to find you.
Sorry, when I made my speech, I never introduced myself.
Yes.
I assumed that everybody knows me because I'm the chief editor. Okay, my name is Dr. Samuel Wawero. I come from Asinimoliro University of Science and Technology, just in Kakamega, your neighbor.
Yes.
And my profession is civil engineering. Thank you.
All right, I am Professor Sami Chumba from Moi University School of Education.
Good evening, my name is Lucy Ogola from Kenyatta University School of Business, Economics and Tourism.
Thank you very much. We are honored to have you both as universities and our editorial board. We will definitely see you behind the tent. You now know where to find them. Yeah, especially my brother, Dr. Oroni and others. Thank you so much. I said I was not making a speech. It's just to recognize that there are people who've spent time to be with us. KSTVET, are you there? Yeah, KSTVET. Some people here wear several hats. It's good director knows them. They are there.
My name is Shadrack Imtai. I work at the National Model Center at KSTVET. I was here with my colleague Linz Ligale, but I think he has left. Thank you.
Thank you. You also need to say you were here before you went there. Thank you so much, Kimtai. We're always happy to have you. Kimtai is like a son to us, and if we don't see him, we wonder then who will come. So we are really honored to have you in our editorial board, and especially ensuring that we are visible online. Thank you so much. We have other partners in the house. If you look around, you will see we have Eldoret Hospital. This morning, I think they supported us. We had water, and there are many other supports that we get from them. We have Eldo Hub. Eldo Hub did keynote presentation yesterday. They've always been our partners. I do not know if the two are still in the house. Okay, we have TAPK. They are here. They always cover us so that the naked, I remove the truth. Yes. So we thank you so much for always being with us. Sometimes we even forget to tell them, but because they've been with us for so long, they even know when we need them and they just come. Thank you. God bless you for the good work you do. I'm leaving the TVETA intentionally. Any member that I've left, allow me, sir, to just recognize the presence of our brothers from Tanzania. They were presenters, but it's important to note that I said all the way from the lake. Now I don't know. What do I say? Yes, from abroad. Please stand. We just want to applaud you. Sasa mimi sijui Kiswahili. Wanasema wandugu zangu kutoka Tanzania. Jamani, tuweze kuwashukuru sana. Haya, twende kazi. Tunasema aje mara ngapi? Hiyo mlisema factorial. Sasa hii tunasema vipi? Hebu mtranslate. Aha, nimeambiwa sasa nyinyi mmekunywa maziwa ya kutosha. Kwa hivyo tutawapa makofi. Oh yeah, makofi ya nyayo. Haya, ngapi hizo? Ni 3. Haya, twende. Alafu fungua. You can imagine. Asanteni sana. Yani you start by kufunga alafu ndo ufungue. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. We have a very special team, our friends. Sometimes we usually don't want to associate with them, but in innovations, you cannot compare. Can you guess? The prisons. So we have with us Ngeria prisons. Wako hapa ama wako huko? Wako huko. Nani hajaona Ngeria prisons? Huh? Oh, okay. It is Ngeria prisons and the Eldoret women prison. Please don't leave here without carrying something. They have unique things. Oh yes, my brother here is showing me. He actually has already. They have. Thank you very much. They have. They have what they call them fireless Ziko. You can place an order if you want a bigger size. Whatever they have there, it's still something worthwhile. You can have your meal that you cooked at home, wherever, and it's always fresh and very affordable, and many other things I may not say here. Thank you, Ngeria. Someone to tell them we appreciate them. They've always been here since we started partnering with them. Not in crime, but in innovation and other sectors. We appreciate them. We have, before I invite the representative of DG, Tibeta, I just want to appreciate the innovators. Please just stand. We want to appreciate you in a better way. I know someone will be saying the results, but for me, if you're not here, then we are not here. Innovators, kama mko hapa, tafadhali mtasimama. I'll not give you the opportunity to introduce yourself, because if that's what you're fearing. Ngoja. Ni nani hajasimama? Unaona. Nani mwingine? Makofi haya ni yenu. Sawa sawa. So tunafanya aje? Tunanyesha. Haya. Tunanyesha, tunasikia wananyesha hivi. Pole pole. Alafu Bwana Kembo, njoo unisaidie. Hii anaijua sana. Oh. All right. Sawa. So you watch him, eh? Thank you. You have done us proud, and Bwana Director, we are making a plea that we support these innovations. We said here that we are leveraging on TVET, and that's the best way to do it. We have been told times and again that if education is the key, then TVET is the master key. And the master key, you look at what TVET can do, and we ask ourselves, why have we been hesitating all this while? So this team, we are very grateful that you have come up with those ideas, and we want to support you as an institution, and I want to call upon other stakeholders to walk this journey together. They are very unique innovations that, if supported, they can actually address some of the very, very serious issues that we are dealing with. There is a lady there, I want to ask her. She is very passionate about reusable, reusable sanitary towels. Please stand. I can't remember her name, but she got injured, but it did not stop her from continuing to do what she's passionate about. And what she has, she tells me, one pack can take a year plus, and it will only cost 500 shillings. And in the normal sanitary pads that are available, if I would ask those who know, who have bought for your little sister or whoever it is, perhaps 500 may not be enough for 1 month. So if 500 is going to last 1 year, for that girl in that village, I know maybe most of you may not come from the village, but some of us relate with the village in the remotest part of Tiati. See what it can do if you just remove 500 to support that girl and make sure those sanitary towels are done. And we can be able to reach some girls. Some, thank you my dear, please sit. She's walking on crutches, not 1, 2, because she's hurt, but she still did not stay behind. Sometimes on telly, a clip was shown of some girls who they are now mothers, they dropped out of school because someone offered to buy for them sanitary pads because the family could not afford. But that involved sexual relationship, and eventually they got pregnant. And of course, that was the end of the story. So she did not solve the problem, but she ended up having a baby she cannot keep. That lives in my mind, and every time I see that, it's something that I believe TVET, being the master key, can actually be utilized to make sure we get there. I know I have caused some emotions and I want to stop there, but I want to say thank you so much for doing what you always do best. The team, editorial board, and the rest of the members that ensure that we get to come here. It is an honor, it is a privilege. And when a director, you may see people and think they are few, but I want to tell you that we have had a crowd filling up to the end there. And when this conference was started 12 years ago, we did not have Nyandarua National Polytechnic doing the conference. We did not have Kiambu. We did not have Kisumu Poly. We did not have Sigalagala, and you can imagine. So even as sometimes the editorial team may look and wonder, are we failing? I want to encourage you that we have had many others joining and seeing what results have come out of the conference, and therefore beginning. That's why my brothers here have said, you watch the space. And so if they have a conference, you will find there'll be other people on that end, and there'll be others. Like the Nyandarua one is running concurrently with ours. So we have a number of presenters being there. So we want to say thank you for the good work that you do, and to continue doing it. And Agnes told me in her message, I was just trying to find out where she was, and she told me it's always a pleasure for her to do what she knows best. And you can attest to what she has done in this conference and in many others. Thank you so much. Allow me now to ask my brother, Mr. To, to just say one word, and then we invite the director to close. Karibu. Pia atasema hakujua.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Principal, for that opportunity. Chief guest, Dr. Opora, and allow me to write on the protocols that have been established. My name is To Andrew from Tibeta. I want to, first of all, register the apologies of our Director General. He would have wished to be here, but he also went to almost a similar function in Kisumu, and he sent us here to represent the authority. Before I continue, let me also give an opportunity to my two colleagues who accompanied me, and actually they are presenters, to also say their names before I just make one comment. Kindly.
Thank you, Chief Guest and Madam Principal. My name is James Mulinga from Tibet Authority. Thank you.
TVET regulatory standards uptake in TVET institutions. A case of national polytechnics and TVCs. I would encourage our institutions quality assure, the whole process of quality assurance to ensure that the product, the trainee, the service that you get is what is required out there in the industry. Want to also appreciate the opportunity that the institution has kept giving the authority. I think in all the research conferences, we've not missed a paper. We've had at least 2 papers presented from the authority. And that is very encouraging for that opportunity. I want also to report that as TVET authority, we inherited the first journal that we started by the research team, the Kenya Journal of TVET. We took it up as TVETA from RVTTI published it to the 4th edition, and the TVETA took it. We are currently in the process of publishing the 7th edition of the journal. And that we are keeping the pace. So thank you very much. So again, for the researchers and presenters, especially on the TVET space, apart from the AFRI TVET journal, we also have the KJ TVET, published by TVETA, although ours we do not hold a conference, but we call for abstracts and paper presentations, and then they're also peer reviewed. So again, if you have an opportunity to carry out a research, to do a paper on TVET, please take the opportunity also to present it to us for publication in the Kenyan Journal of TVET. Otherwise, we want to wish you all the best, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm also happy to say I'm back home. I was also here for quite a long of time. I think RVTTI has been my longest workplace. I actually was here for about 14 good years. So it's very nostalgic and very, very refreshing to be back home here. So thank you so much, and thank you for the hospitality. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. I think hizo clubs hazitoshi regulator. Unajua naweza sema hii conference haija meet standard. So what do we do? Tunaenda ngapi? We will keep the tradition of 4, because I don't know what 5 is, because we have been told 4 is female, okay, male, and then female 3. So don't go to 5. You do not know that one yet. So 24 form nzuri, sawa? Haya, twende. And these are not factorials. We were warned the other day. Because if you really knew what factorials are, director here is an engineer, and my registrar is laughing because he knows. Would be saying 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. 4 times 3 times 2. So if you say 4 factorials, you have to do 24. So hii tunaita TVET factorial. Ama ni CBET, I don't know. Sawa. Thank you so much, Mr. To. And the other day, Bwana Director, just 2 minutes, we had a discussion and we were saying how we worked to make sure that this institution got numbers. Those days I was a young girl. And I don't know what Mr. To was, because he was not even a young boy now. Yes, and we went to places that you had to carry food to feed the people so that they can listen to the story of TVET. And we had, the population of this institution was less than 1,000. I think we were at around 600. And we went to places, a place called Kuikui, and I was very scared because we were told there are crocodiles around there, and we were not sure. A place that if you needed to take a bath, you do it at 4 in the morning because there are no, you understand? There's someone laughing because they know where we were. Yes, and as we talked about it, Mr. To was my right-hand man, and I was the one planning and saying this is what we're going to do. And we got the numbers, and many that came in the years that you have come, you think RVTI always had students. Yes, and many people want to be in RVTI because those other places don't have students. But this institution at one time did not have students. What and where you are, keep doing the best thing and talk to the people, talk to the students, and do the best that you can. And then one day you will become another RVTI in Awendo, in Homa Bay, in Bungoma, in Geria, in Moiben. You know, I was not saying those ones because it's obvious. I mean, if we were there and you're there now, see, it's not at all order. These other places, I'm not sure how many students they have. So, Bwana Director, efforts have been made, and these people have worked so hard. The rest of us are building on what the pioneers did, and we are very grateful for the support that we get from the ministry. Now that it is time for the director to come, let's stand as we give him makofi mpaka afike mahali hapa. Karibu sana Bwana Director, as you declare this.
Asante. Haya, tuketi chini. Thank you very much, the Chief Principal, distinguished guests, the researchers, industry stakeholders, and practitioners, the TVET trainers, the students, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Yeah, I must say that I'm very happy to be here. I know that I missed a lot, but I have gone through the document that you have, and I've seen the kind of papers that are coming out and the kind of things that you are doing here, and I must say that I'm very happy about it. As we draw to a close on this momentous occasion, I am sincerely honored to join you to this conclusion of 2 days of presentation of great ideas and innovations. The 12th RVTTI International TVET and Interdisciplinary Research Conference has indeed been an eye-opener as to the unlimited possibilities offered by research, innovations, and technology. The conference has lived up to its theme, which reads, Leveraging TVET in the Future Technological Era. This conference has been a vibrant platform where the dynamism of TVET has been showcased in its fullest capacity. The sub-themes like climate change, environment, infrastructure, training and education, food security and agriculture, health, nutrition and wellness, ICT, emerging technologies, cross-cutting issues, all have provided a comprehensive framework for the discussions and deliberations on the future of our technological advancements and economic empowerment in Kenya. We have had the privilege of delving into significant advances in Tibet and interdisciplinary research. These presentations have not only highlighted the current progress, but also set the stage for future innovations. It is through these shared insights that we can collectively push the boundaries of what is possible in the Tibet sector in Kenya. The conference has been an oasis of knowledge, bringing together numerous individuals who are well seasoned in research and innovation, and they are coming from different countries. I'm very happy to note we have people, researchers from Tanzania and from other countries that have come in here. And each one of you has contributed uniquely, sharing your research findings and practical experiences with the global experts. I was told that there are those who made presentations online. And this exchange of knowledge and ideas has enriched us all, fostering a spirit of collaboration and mutual growth. And I want to believe that we are going to strengthen this collaboration even within our institutions. I'm happy that the institutions that have come from the Nyanza, they have said, watch our space, because it is an issue of collaboration and expanding. And that's a spirit that we want to see in the Tibet sector. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, the presenters and panelists for their invaluable contributions, and your expertise and insight has been the cornerstone of this conference and sparking thought-provoking discussions and inspiring new avenues of research and application. I also want to give special thanks to go to our organizers, the sponsors, the volunteers. Your tireless efforts behind the scenes have made this conference a resounding success. Your dedication and hard work are truly commendable. To our attendees, thank you for your active participation and engagement. I was told the hall was full. Even now I can see we have reduced a bit, but it's because it's a closure. And you told me yesterday the hall was full and many people are following this. So I'm happy and I recognize you. It is your enthusiasm and curiosity that drive the success of such gatherings. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you that the government is committed in formulating and reviewing policies that are based on information to address the challenges in the Tibet sector. And therefore, be assured that the research findings in this conference will be handy in providing information for improvement and reforming the Tibet sector in this country. I'm happy because of the broad way you have taken it, because there are many topics that you have dealt with. In fact, it is interdisciplinary. The issue of quality standards, the issues of innovation, and many other things that you have dealt with. Those are very important for us as policymakers, and we shall be using those ones to improve our TVET system. I want to also assure you that we are living a time that policies are never kept in the drawers and gathering dust. But we are living a time when policies are being implemented. They are now in software. And software, hakuna dust hapo. So we are going to implement this, and we are going to use your findings to improve our systems. I also noted the commendable job done by the innovators and exhibitors during the 2 days. They were of high quality and can improve service delivery across the sectors of the economy. And this should be supported to move to the next stage of mass production and commercialization. I was very much impressed when you were outside there looking at the innovations that have come up. They are very good. I saw one that you are told is for elections, where you just do mobile election. That can solve a lot of problems, especially in our Tibet institutions. Every year when we have elections in Tibet, there's a lot of tensions and all that, but having such kind of a system, again, it is very good. I think it can be improved, and all the Tibets can have that system in the Tibet institutions. Many other innovations that I have seen there for health sector and all that, they are very equally important. I also admired so much what the prisons are doing. And this one is their culture. It has been there for a very long time, making the best furniture and the best things, and today I can see them here, and they're already doing commercialization. We can also do the same in the Tibet, because the prisons, they may not be, their role is not mainly the Tibet, but they have taken it up. Asante sana. They have taken up, and what they are doing is what I already now call the competent, the best. So look at the tables. That's not the competence we are talking about. If our students in the Tibet can do that, sisi tumemaliza competent, the best, and training. Here, coming up with solutions that can be bought, marketable. And we also want our institution to do the same, and we shall encourage you, we shall support so that we can do commercialization in our institutions. Otherwise, as I conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge and inspiration we have gained here. Let us leverage the advancement in Tibet to address the challenges of our time and seize the opportunities of the future technology era for our children and our great-grandchildren to come. Together, we can build a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future. Just before I make now the closing, the last sentence, I have now seen that we have people here who can really assist us in the ministry when coming up with the policies. I've seen researchers, I've seen innovators, I've seen thinkers, people who have great vision. And when we develop our strategies, we develop our policies, I will want to reach out to the same people to assist us to ende mbele. In closing, I wish you all safe travels back to your respective destinations. May the connections you have made here continue to grow and bear fruit in your professional journey. Thank you once again for being part of this remarkable conference. Until we meet again, let us keep the spirit of innovation and collaborations. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you. We will keep the tradition because Director has done us proud. We will do the 4, and then it can't just be 4. What else do we do? Oh, alafu Nyayo. Alikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo. All right, so 24. Haya, twende Nyayo. Asifungi. Thank you very much. I want to invite Mr. Ondati to take over from here. Thank you so much, Director.
Thank you. Let's clap for Chief Principal. Thank you so much for that session. Now we want to move to the next level, whereby I'll invite Dr. Hosea Kiplagat, the Chief Judge, to take us through the next remaining activities. So, Daktari, welcome. It's your time. Let's clap for him as he stands up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our Chief Guest. And all of us that we have been able to remain up to this time. I must say we have had a very busy day. And we thank God that we've been able to finish it well. And so we are the team of judges that we have been looking at the innovations from yesterday up to today. But today is where we had a lot of work to do because a lot of innovations are not been set up yesterday because some of them were coming from Nakuru. So we waited them to be set up, and my team has been very busy. In fact, today we had food, but we were not able to get the taste of the food because we were under pressure to finish the work. But one thing I want to assure you is that when we finished the exercise, we came out together as one team. We never had another team going another direction. So we came out together and having concluded the exercise well. I can just make the team that you are with just to stand. They will not talk because of the interest of time. The team of the judges can stand. Yeah, there is Sawe. Where is Sawe? Okay. There's Kram there. Yeah, and Sawe. So, thank you. So the team was balanced, 50-50 inside, outside. So the team was balanced. And so the innovations that made to the final, there were 35. That were able to get to the final stage today. We had the two stages, the one of the write-up and the one for the site, that were able to charge the work. And out of this, we had two from Kericho that we had today, and then we had 2 from Siaya, and then we had 5 from Kabete. And then, so these are 9 from 35. The balance is what? 26. So 26 were from RVTTI. And I want to say we had almost all the categories, I think from all the programs that we have, ICT, electrical, mechanical, business. So I think we covered all the areas, up to hospitality and the rest. So we really covered all the areas, all the technical areas, including the business. Let me just mention some few observations that we had on the same. Now, the ones, as you've seen, the ones that were made at this stage, they were the four institutions that were here. But one of the observations we noticed is that majority of the institutions from around here did not turn up. And maybe as judges, we really want to appreciate those who came from far. That is Kerijo, Siaya, and Kabete. That was a big sacrifice. Let's clap for them. And we want to encourage our brothers and sisters, those who are from around, that we participate in future exercises. I know it might be expensive sometimes, but even if we send one team, I think it can be able to represent all of us. There is this component on the KIPI, that is Kenya Industrial Property Institute. We realize majority of the groups are not gotten to that stage. Or even if they go to that stage, sometimes you would see some people are using whiteout to replace the title, replace the names. So again, it was not coming out very well. But we also felt this a learning process, that we can be able to assist each other. The supervisors and the students can work closely so that this issue can be addressed. And the second thing is that the majority of the ideas were not very original. But still, we want to appreciate, even if some people are able to utilize some skills, we now want to encourage them to go to the next stage of coming with new ideas and be able to utilize the same skills. We also realized in some of the instances the projects were here, but I think the students were not able to manage to be here, especially those who are coming from far. And then the fourth thing I want to say, again, few innovations were able to make to the final product. Few of them were able to manage to the final product. So this is also something we felt that maybe they need to be support, and so that the product comes out, because some of them actually, they were there and you could be able to test even the product or see the product for the things that were there with us. Others, and we want to say that this is something good in Tibet, and we also encourage the people on the ground, because majority of the students who are doing these projects are diploma students. And it's possible that they have some ability from academic angle. So what we told them is that they need to go further and even be able to test, to see how, even if it is food product, let it be tested. Not just consuming it because you've consumed it over time and you realize it is okay with you. You need to go further and be able to bring some science in what you have done, so that the product can easily be accepted in the market. But we want to appreciate for the matter that we've done, but this can be improved. So quickly, because we have seen the checks are ready, and we want to move very fast with the exercise. And I want to say that we hope that as we move forward, the quality of the products will become better and better. One of the observations we know this is that the products are a bit low in terms of the quality, but we hope from the lessons we've learned from this, we can be able to make them better. You know, you can get an A, but not a very strong A. So when you're getting a very strong A, so that quality comes out. So out of the 35, let me just mention from number 10. As what we have done before, we have what we call, we are going to award position 1 to 3, and then the candidate that comes next after number 3 will get what we call the Principal's Award from here. So any other candidate that's coming, that is now asked by RVTTI. So anything, even if RVTTI from number 3 comes number 7, that will be the one that will be given the Principal's Award. But from our observation is that what is happening, because the numbers of those who participated, we want to see more institutions coming on board so that the exercise becomes very competitive. So under position number 10, we had the bending machine from RVTTI. That's number 10. And then number 9, we had modern home using PLC from RVTTI. And then number 8, we had smart home from RVTTI. And then number 7, actually some of them were tying, so between number 5 and number 10, the difference is only, I think, about 3 marks, so they're just very close. So smart home numbers 8, and then number 7, reusable sanitary towels. And then number 6, we had Sawmill Nutra cookies. The one they were selling a packet 200 shillings with 10 cookies inside. And then number 5 is a group that was doing an innovation on class attendance using facial recognition. Yes? RVTTI, in fact, number 5 to number 10, all are RVTTI. And actually you can see this because of the numbers. You know, when you become the majority even in the list, it takes that direction. So let me now go to so it also happened also number 4 was RVTTI. And I think we'll begin from there so that we can begin the awards in that. And is it ascending or descending? Ascending. Because of the points there. So number 4, we had a group from RVTTI with the title Smart Static Transfer Switch. That is by Sami Jesoli and Michelle Jepto. So let's have the two come in front. This is the group just doing the changeover between solar and electricity. So let's have the 2 students. Sami Jesoli and Michelle. And we want to appreciate this group. This group were very good in language, this presentation. They had a very strong presentation capacity, you know. I don't know where is the colleague. Jesoli gave up. Jesoli. The MC, I think we need to get the principal, do the principal's award for number 4. Do you have the trainer? So that the trainer can stand with the Jepto. Do you have the trainer? Let's have the trainer to support the student. Yeah, and the Principal's Award, they are getting 50,000 Kenya shillings. Thank you so much, our trainer and the student, for the good work. Can continue clapping for them. Thank you so much. So number 3 is a group from Siaya with the title Multipurpose Movable Solar Pump. This is by Sharon Akinyi Okoth. Sharon Akinyi Okoth. They can come with a trainer. I think she was alone. And this one will call our chief editor, Dr. Waweru. Dr. Waweru. So let's also appreciate APSA. That is our editor-in-chief for the Afri-Tibet Journal. Let's appreciate Siaya Institute and the team. Thank you so much. The second runners-up, we had this one, the guest of honor mentioning, the one which was doing the text poll express by Bahati Isaac and Caleb Idalinya from RVTTI. Do we have the two students? Please come quickly. You should be running because this is great. Bahati Isaac and Caleb. And please, the next elections of RVTTI, you want to see that system being used? Yes, that system. We developed one in University of Eldoret in 2021, and we used it to this date, and it is working. So we are using our own system. So actually, even this one should work with RVTTI. So let's have the Tibeter, that is Andrew To, presenting the check. Very good. We are almost there. I hope your eyes are able to see the figure. Wow. With 100,000 Kenya shillings. Thank you, and congratulations. Many congratulations. The top team this year, during the 8th innovations, is a group that was doing something on IoT-based smart greenhouse from RVTTI. This is the group of Lamek Kimutai and Collins Kegode. Please come running. Lamek Kimutai and Collins Kegode. And let's have the trainer. This is electrical. Anybody from electrical department can support the student? Yeah, there are many. Yes. Welcome, Kandagor. Thank you so much. So our winner this year is from RVTTI, and let us continue appreciating them. So let me invite our chief guest, Dr. Obora, to present the check. Thank you. Let us continue appreciating them. Wow. I don't know what is the figure. 200,000. Thank you, team. We wish you well. We wish you well. The trainer being the tallest, we wish you well. Thank you so much. Thank you, our chief guest. So from our side as the judges, we want to thank Rift Valley for giving us this chance to do this exercise. And we wish well the winners and even those who did not manage to be at the top. Please continue perfecting your work. And there is always a tomorrow for all of us. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Let us give a better clap to Chief Judge. Thank you for the good work you did. I was a witness that you didn't take your lunch. You were under pressure, you moved around, but we appreciate this far and we have seen the results. So thank you so much. May God bless you. Now this time around, we want to go to the next level. I want to invite the Chief Principal, Madam Lois, to come and take us to the next level. Thank you so much. Clap for her, she comes over.
Thank you. I'm not sure we really appreciated this team. I hope there is still some lunch they can now take after here, which will be dinner. Thank you so much. And I think Team RVTI, Electrical Department, I'm surprised hamuko hapa na mmebeba mali yote. Let's appreciate this team better. Okay, thank you so much. Actually, I want to challenge my colleagues. And I wish Kerich can take this to, he's here. You can imagine if your students got that, and I know your students are good. Sio ile ya Kimtai. You're next.
Now that the price is higher,
Yeah, okay. Yes. You can be able to do something else extra. And being you have been here, maybe you can just confirm from the team, the judges, is this money real or it's only a dummy check? Please. Come and confirm.
I want to say that I've participated in this exercise for many years, and this money is real. Thank you.
Thank you.
I remember there is one time she was the principal of Sangalo.
Yes.
And there's a team that came from Sangalo and won the prize. And they got the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Director, when you sent me to Sangalo, I came here for this and my team got the check. Not just the check, the dummy one, but we actually got real money. The challenge now was, because there were 3, how to divide. It was 100 divided by 3. Kulikuwa na masense hapo hivyo. Yes, so why I'm saying this is because it doesn't make sense when you talk of an award and it has money and it's real money, why my colleagues in the neighborhood do not participate. You just chance, afadhali hata umiss, but you have come. And especially those who come from Uasin Gishu, because it's only a walking distance to RVTI. So thank you so much for what you've done and for being so fair. I was afraid, I actually knew, sisi ni huko, and I knew at least our consolation is that there is the principal's gift. But you have really surprised us, and I think that team did a commendable job. There's a team, Bana Director, that the PA said she wants to get that fertilizer to use in her kitchen garden. And I'm hoping that team is here. Please work on it, because she usually keeps her word. And I will not be able to explain why she can't have it. She just make sure it is there, it's ready. Thank you so much. We're just winding up, and we want to appreciate the the research coordinator. You will notice, sir, that we borrowed him for this occasion. He is already deputy principal of West. Someone is telling me South, and it's not South, it's West Mogirango TVC. Is it Mogirango TVC? Mr. Mogonji. We want to thank him for the work that he did. He stepped into Agnes' shoes. They were not very easy to fit because Agnes had polished it for like, how many years? Yes. But I want to say he has done us proud, and we want to appreciate the effort. And we just requested the principal to allow him to run this show so that he lives in style. And we are very happy, like many of you have said, it has been a good event. So we want to thank him in a very small way to just give him something that he will remember this institution and remember the work that he did while he was here. I had said yesterday we appreciate the ministry for noticing the hard work that people put in when they are given an office and for rewarding. So we really say thank you. And the one who is there, I want to believe, this office unakaa tu kidogo unatoka. Ndugu yangu hapa umekaa how long? Second month, because there was someone he just left the other day. You can see Mr. Mugonji amekaa 2 years, ndio huyo. So if I were you in the congregation, especially my trainers, I should come forth and say, hiyo ofisi namna gani? Naweza kuwa hata deputy. Sawa sawa. So I want to request the this team, I want to ask them, the judges, you have judged correctly. And please, just the three of you to present this gift to Mr. Mogonji. Mtasimama tu hivi. Mr. Mogonji, are you present? Yeah, let's appreciate him. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Naomba hiyo gift ikuje hapa. Pita huko kama. Aya, kuja hapo Mogonji. All right, let's. All right. Okay, let's appreciate. Aya, tupige makofi wanapojipanga. Thank you very much. We are so grateful that you have done this much for this institution. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think he was told when he goes there, he better begin. So you will be competing with him on the other side. And thank you very much. And members, we want to appreciate our chief guest. And I'm just uko mbali sana time. Aya, sawa. I want to say thank you, sir, for coming to grace our occasion. He had to go to work in the morning and then be here to grace our occasion. It's a gift, and we really appreciate you. I want to request Dr. Waweru to give the gift to appreciate. Thank you very much. Mnangoja director anatembea bila makofi. Thank you very much. Are we okay? Sawa. So asanteni sana. The gift is only a token, and we cannot be able to do it for everyone, but they are the representative. But we appreciate you in a very special way for being part of this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Let's clap for us. Thank you. Next, without taking much time again, I want to invite the Deputy Principal at the MIN to come and give us the vote of thanks. Welcome, Wanatarus. Let's clap for him.
Allow me to write on the protocols observed. As we come to the close of our 12th International Conference, I'm filled with immense gratitude and appreciation for the support and contributions that have made this event a remarkable success. First, I extend my sincere thanks to our peers, Director, send our regards to our peers, Honorable Esther Moria, for accepting our invitation and gracing this conference this time. I would also like to express our gratitude to our Director, Dr. Obore, for accepting to join us and closing this conference today. We also want to appreciate our Director in his absentia, Elkanah Mosiori, for having time to present during this conference. I also want to appreciate in his absentia our Director, TVET, Mr. Rukut, for having come and grace our occasion. The insights and contributions have made an invaluable, and we are deeply honored by your involvement. A special thanks goes to our regulator, led by Mr. To and his team. Thank you so much. Your guidance and support are crucial to our mission, and we are grateful for your presence at this conference. To the editorial board, led by our chief editor, Dr. Samuel Waweru, we want to thank you. Your hard work in curating and refining the content of this conference has ensured its high standards and success. We deeply appreciate your dedication and efforts that has made this conference a success. I would also like to recognize all the presenters, the keynote speakers. A special mention goes to Dr. Gideon Murenga and Professor Handala, whose thought-provoking keynotes have set the tone for our discussion and learning in this conference. We are also honored by the presence of our distinguished guests from Tanzania, Bwana Yasidi and Mr. Kanyonga. We also have Losan Bonde from Bukabe, Uganda. We thank you for crossing the borders all the way and sharing the research ideas. Your diverse perspectives and insights have greatly enriched our discourse. Thank you. I want also to thank our innovators, especially our trainees, the Kenya prisons, for the good work you displayed during this conference. I also want to thank all the CATI principals present, Ngeria, Moiben, Njoro in the absentia, and all other CATI principals that were able to attend. I wish I could mention everyone by name, but because of time, we say thank you for the work you have done. Please know that your contributions are deeply valued and appreciated. A special thank you goes to the Board of Governors at RVTI for their unwavering support and facilitating our international conferences, enabling us to reach this milestone of 12th RVTI Interdisciplinary Conference. We have moved far because of you. We say thank you. Your support has been a cornerstone of our success. To our chief principal, we want to say thank you. You have stand with this team up to this time, so we appreciate and we say thank you for the good work. I also extend my gratitude to the research and innovation team. You have taken tireless work organizing and arranging this conference. May you be blessed and be added with more blessings. Your collective efforts behind the scenes have been crucial in making this event a resounding success. To our hospitality team, we took very nice meal. Thank you so much for the good work, preparing tea, preparing lunch, and we wish that you could prepare also dinner for our guests. Your hard work did not go unnoticed, and we deeply appreciate. Finally, I would like to thank God for His blessings and care, guiding us through the planning and executing this conference. May we be guided and be blessed for the good work we are doing. Let us carry forward the knowledge and connections we have gained here, continuing to collaborate and innovate in our respective fields. Safe travels. See you in the next conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate for recognizing our guests and all of us. I think it has taken our image and we thank God this far. So allow me to make these announcements as we close down. For our presenters, especially the external presenters, you are requested to register with the research team. The table on my left, the other side, external presenters. And then tomorrow we have excursion to Kisumu, and we invite all the presenters tomorrow, and the departure time will be 7 a.m. So kindly liaise with the team where you register to direct you the next move. Then for all those who presented and the participants for research papers and innovations, the certificates are ready, so you can carry them home. Immediately after this one here, go through the office. I think you'll be guided where you will pick them from. So we thank you so much. The excursion is to Kisumu, and the time of departure is 7 a.m. So thank you so much. Now I request all of us to stand up for the national anthem. Later we'll have a word of prayer from Madam Mwakilida. So DJ.
Just to correct Mr. Ondati, my name is Ann Mwakiridia, not Mwakirida. And I'm from hospitality department. So it was our pleasure to serve you. And I hope no one is complaining of stomachache. Everyone is safe and sound. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come to you this evening. We want to thank you for the day that it has been. We want to thank you for this international conference that we had this year. It has been a success. It has been our testimony. It is our prayer answered. We started small 12 years back. We have grown in leaps and bounds. Today we are celebrating in your name. Father, thank you for our guest today who was able to grace the occasion. Thank you for our very able Madam Principal. Thank you for our chief guest who was able to travel yesterday. And all the guests, oh Lord, we thank you for them. Even those that are to travel today, we pray for their journey mercies, Lord. May you go before them. May you give them a safe journey home. Father, we thank you for this international conference, and we pray and believe that you are going to take us to even greater levels in the future and the years to come. For it is in Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, DJ Gospel song.
So we allow our guests, together with the Chief Principal, to move out as the rest of us follow.